It's not a good new year, start of who are deceased and those injured, the community, the city. I'm going to bring you commentary coming out of the NOLA. Fox News is the source. Thank you for joining me. Welcome to the Vault XM.
Just moments after he plowed his truck into a busy crowd on Bourbon Street. The suspect is now dead after that gunfight, but it's still unclear if the individual was killed by police or took their own life. Let's bring in Paul Morrow, Fox News contributor and retired NYPD inspector. Paul, thank you for joining us. I want to get your take on this. It comes as we're just getting small bits by bits. We're hoping to get more from the FBI and, of course, a press conference coming, Paul. But the local New Orleans police media is reporting that the city council president, Helena Moreno, says that this attacker was, quote, not a local and was dressed in full military gear. What's your reaction?
So as you guys mentioned earlier, this is very reminiscent of the terrorist attack that occurred on the West Side Highway, executed by a guy named Saifullah Saipov. I was actually on scene for that, and it has a lot of that footprint. A vehicle attack on a holiday in Saipov's case here in New York. It was Halloween. He couldn't gain access to the Halloween parade because of prophylactic measures that the NYPD had taken by parking trucks and other things to secure the event. And so he went along the West Side Highway, called an audible, and did what he did. This is very reminiscent of that, and that is, believe me, the kind of thing that's on the mind of investigators here. The FBI, as we know, has the lead. Yep. What they're going to be looking for this to be a terrorist event, and that's still a little vague, is for a connection to a foreign power.
Paul, let me jump in. Fox News can truck. The suspect identified as Samshud Din Jabbar. Now, Jabbar was carrying a Glock pistol and a .308 rifle that had been reportedly stolen in New Jersey. The .308 rifle was equipped with an optics and/or suppressor. At least 4 or 5 other suspects involved. That's a big detail right there, identifying, again, the suspect as a Samshud Din Jabbar, but 4 or more individuals also involved. This is becoming a different story, Paul.
Yeah, and that tracks with the information that I've been receiving as well, including the identity. I would caution relative to the other people involved. Let's see how they've confirmed that and where they're going with that. The indicia there may be a little bit soft, and as we've learned so many times in the past, a lot of the early reporting on an event tends to be undermined as things clarify. But certainly the identity does look to be accurate. Doesn't look like he's from the area, but what they're going to be looking for here, and my suspicion is there's likely a manifesto or something like that in the truck or in his home or online. Somehow or other, he's communicated something like that. Because again, going back to the event that happened here in New York, there was a manifesto in the truck. This looks so reminiscent of that. I wouldn't be surprised if when they dump his computer and do various other things, they're going to find out that he was looking at that event and maybe decided that he was going to try to copycat it, essentially, because it really, really does track to that.
And Paul, now learning that this individual did not act alone, and the earliest press conference we got with the FBI special agent telling us that improvised explosive devices may have been involved, this coordination would suggest perhaps that there could be an existing threat to the public, and that the clock is really ticking right now for them to find out everything they can about this to keep the public safe.
Yeah, my understanding is that there were 2 IEDs recovered at 2 different locations. They were pipe bombs with nails, and they were placed in disparate locations, not at the location that the suspect did the event. And so that does argue that maybe there are other people involved, because that is a lot of planning and coordination for him to go plant those and then come to the location that, that he actually did the attack. But we'll have to see. Look, they are, I am sure, going at all of this very, very hard. You're going to have a lot of resources poured into this. A lot of people got woken up early after, New Year's Eve, and they're out there working right now. Not just New Orleans PD. You'll have Louisiana State Police. But in terms of the terrorism connection, for the FBI, I don't understand that statement that the FBI made early on, where she said unequivocally, this is not a terrorism attack. You have to admit.
Well, let's go there. Welcome to the Vault, everybody. Happy New Year. How many people are involved? How long has this attack, how long was it planned? When was it planned? How many people involved? When did the plan go on? Will there be other attacks? You're hearing information about pipe bombs in 2 different locations with nails. The person broke through the barrier to man these people down by vehicle. Don't know if he shot himself or was shot by police. Another commentary by Fox, another live by Fox said 2 officers were shot, if I'm not mistaken. This is absolutely disturbing information. Absolutely disturbing. Because, one second, everybody, trying to get my volume down. Foreign name, assuming the person is possibly from abroad. Don't know if they were born here in the United States, how long they've been here. So who is this man? Age? No need of asking why. I think that's relevant, self-evident rather, why. And I had just made this comment the other day, and it's just so weird that this would happen right after I make this comment. It's almost like intuition. I said, if you have a problem with being here in the United States, you get here, you don't like it, you're from another land, then you should go back where you came from. Common sense. You don't like it here, don't come here. You don't like Americans, don't come here. You don't like the US, don't come here. You get here, you don't like it, go back where you came from. Go to Europe, go to Canada, go anywhere you want to go. So long as that passport's valid, you go to the hell you want. You got the money to go, go. But there's no point in going to a country, set up shop to either exact harm or get here, don't like it, and then decide now you want to kill people. It's ridiculous, and it just keeps happening. And there's really no way of vetting people unless they already have a criminal record, you know, coming from the land they're coming from. But you see how the people get into the country. You know, like I said, I don't know if this person was born here or not, but just speaking of people who have come here to exact harm, such as, you know, the 9/11 attack, there were flags with some of those people. And the FBI stopped investigating one of the guys that was out of Arizona. And they made a great mistake by stopped following him, tailing him. Because look what happened. He got on a plane, and the rest is history. So you don't know the mindset of people, and you don't want to judge people because they have a foreign name, because we have a lot of people who are not from America. You know, they're European, they're English, they're African, they're Iranian, they're whatever. And you don't want to deny a person entry into the US unless you have cause. But this is bad. 10 people deceased, 30 injured. Some didn't want to go to the hospital. Several hospitals took in patients. So now you're talking about a lot of ambulatory services in work at 3 o'clock in the morning. This event took place about 3:15 a.m. People out celebrating, trying to have a good time. And look what happens. Made his way around the barricade. And I'm sure it's probably those little silver gates they put up. But they can't stop a truck or even a small car. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
To admit to the possibility here that it's a possibility. And I think that it's starting to clarify the direction. If FBI, though, again, for them to bring federal terrorism charges, they're going to need some sort of a connect to a foreign terrorist organization, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, or a foreign government. And that's what they're going to be looking for. Otherwise, just to posit this, Louisiana has a terrorism statute. And sometimes the state statutes are better. We used them here in New York. We see recently Alvin Bragg charge it in the CEO murder of United Healthcare CEO Thompson. So, you know, these things are fluid right now, but it looks like the FBI has the ticket. And I would guess that they have some indicia here from inside the truck or this guy's background that he had a terrorist intent, and it looks like that's the way this is going.
And as we learn more about the motive, hopefully the officials will be able to tell us. But I think if you put into a full context, Paul, it has been a number of years since we had a high-level coordinated terror attack in the U.S. And so we're waking up not only to a tragedy in New Orleans, but what may be a concern of the style of attack that we haven't seen in some time, now learning that this individual, identified as Shamsuddin Jabbar, that was, according to the city council president, dressed in full military garb, armed with a pistol and rifle, and now working with multiple possible accomplices whose whereabouts and identities are yet unknown. Are we at a moment, is this an inflection moment that we have sort of a threat that we've seen in the past now showing up today?
Let me stop here. How do they know he's working with other people? They have the FBI, state police, authorities, New Orleans authorities. What evidence do you have to say that he is working with other people? Did he leave a manifesto to say that this is a certain type of group or whomever? One report earlier said, was a detective on there talking live with Fox, that he thought he heard something about a black flag was on the vehicle. So I'm assuming that flag is in some correlation to a foreign country, possibly Islamic country, not sure. Don't want to quote anything that's not the truth. But anyway, he does have a foreign last name. And now they're saying other cohorts. What is the evidence to give this rendition that others are involved? And this is where it is tricky. If you have information that there are others involved, then you have a major problem because you don't know who they are and where they are, or possibly they do know their names. So now people are going to be waiting on that, the release of the names if possible, because I'm still trying to figure out how do you know he's involved with other people or other people helped him. So which is it? They helped, they're also active in exacting something. So was there a manifesto left behind by this Mr. Jabbar? Woo, what a hot butter mess. First day into the new year, of course. And for those of you who don't probably care, Gypsy Rose has given birth to a baby girl. And also there was an attack on a subway, New York, recently, where someone was pushed over. I don't know what's going on in New York with these pushing people off the subway platform, but growing up in the city, I was told, never stand close to the edge of the platform. That's common sense. You don't need to lean over to see if the train is coming. The train will get there when it gets there. Trust me, you can hear the train when it's coming. You don't need to lean over to look to see if the train is coming. Just saying. So whoever you are, New York, Chicago, Atlanta, wherever you live, please stop standing close to the platform. There's no need. You need to be feet away. When you hear the train coming, wait until it is arriving, then run your tail up to that damn door to get out. I'm just saying. Try to preserve your life.
You know, we used to have a saying in the intelligence that the further we got away from 9/11, the closer we got to 9/10. And for those who do this sort of work, this Islamist-inspired terrorism or any terrorism-inspired, however, never goes away. That is your remit, and that's what you're supposed to be doing 24/7. So for the people in the business, this hasn't gone away, but it may have gone away for the public. And unfortunately, that's ignorance is bliss. This stuff is always bubbling under, especially around large events. You know, in the year that Saipov did what he did, we had two other events here in New York, one in Chelsea, a bomb that detonated, and another one in the Port Authority. So these things tend to come in copycats. They tend to come in waves. We can't be blind to what has gone on in Gaza and things overseas. So while we may have been living in a little bit of a cocoon here, thinking that terrorism was in the rearview mirror, for those in the business, it hasn't gone away. And, you know, I can tell you that they've been on this and will continue to be.
Paul Mauro, thank you for your time. We appreciate that.
Okay, so now let's try to find a network to air this press conference. They said 11, now it's 2. They have shown, someone had filmed information from the balcony of, I guess that's Bourbon Street. It's a horrible scene. This is the video right here where I have the arrow right there. Feel free to look at it. Graphic content. I won't be airing it, but anywho, someone's on the balcony taking a video of people attending to some injured people in the street below the balcony of the building. And it's covered up, naturally, the people who were injured, deceased. Wow, 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 wow. Go live to Fox and see what they're talking about. Hello, Dawn, Gloria, Sam, Skyla. Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone? I'm going to do Fox. Because I know they're going to have something. They are on it. I really prefer CNN myself. This is bad, 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 bad. CNN News. Let's see what our friends at CNN are talking about. Not enough. I don't watch enough Fox today. Try to go to different networks. Hello, everybody in the chat. Happy New Year. I don't see any live coverage. This is strange. Hey, honey. Hey, Patty. Why is there nothing live? This is weird. I don't know.
We begin tonight with breaking news, and a lot of it. The appointments are coming pretty fast and pretty few.
Lord, I'm having difficulties. If they could stop playing all these commercials, we'd be okay. The commercials are just like outrageous.
All the police and the different authorities around, and we're just gonna go in there this afternoon and watch that and take the Lord with us.
When you're talking about anything of this magnitude within New Orleans or with any area, safety is usually top of mind, given the fact that we've just recently had, as we just spoke about earlier in Germany at the Christmas market, multiple people mowed over by a vehicle that drove through that market as an attack there. And we've seen potential attacks, and not necessarily
157. They should be starting here shortly.
There was not necessarily an attack. This was a DUI.
Happy New Year, sweetheart.
Someone who ran over maybe more than 24 people. I don't know the exact number, but you think about all of those possibilities, and how do we keep every person safe? The people who live in New Orleans, the people who are visiting New Orleans, and continue to attract the major events that we do. And I think when Oliver Thomas was here telling us about that meeting, that's the conversation you have to have. And those need to be put in place, not tomorrow, but it's probably being put in place right now, which is why I question if the French Quarter is open for business, or if they are only allowing residents or business owners to come in.
And it does put officials in kind of a hard spot here, because you have all those business owners who support their families with the money made from these very busy weekends, and they anticipated a huge busy day today. Typically this street today leading up to the game tonight at 7:45 would have been packed with people eating and drinking and all those celebratory things on New Year's Day. And these businesses are shut down for now, and much of the French Quarter right now is off limits to many, many people.
If you're joining us in about 2 minutes, we will go live to a press briefing that's being held by local law enforcement, state law enforcement, the federal government as well, the FBI joining us now to give us an update on where they stand in this investigation. We know that there were multiple areas where people are investigating, and they still have a lot of this taped off. And obviously, this is a situation that it's not just open and shut. You don't know necessarily where these possible devices could have been, where they might be, or what he had planned, or what his motivations were. But they did mention that there was an investigation into a flag, and we've shown you video and pictures of the truck that was used in this attack. And a flag was on the back of that truck, and we're being told that this is potentially a flag dedicated to ISIS.
Yeah, that was one of the things that the FBI told us just a short time ago, along with some potential IEDs that were found in that car, and other IEDs discovered, potential IEDs, I should say, discovered around the French Quarter.
All right, and if you guys are just joining us, we are waiting right now for a press conference to start in just a minute or so.
So where were the IEDs? Exactly where were they located? How many? How many other people are involved in the attack? Help with the attack? Will there be other attacks in New Orleans or other places in the United States? Guns stolen out of New Jersey. So where was this Jabbar living? How long has he been in the United States? Is he a resident in the United States, here on a visa, new citizen? Others helping, are they from abroad? Is this homegrown? What's going on? 2 police officers shot. Suspect is dead. Don't know if the suspect died by hand of a gun himself or shot by law enforcement. As they continue to investigate, the FBI will get that information on how the suspect died. Once again, where are the other devices? ISIS, flag, representative of ISIS. Once again, how long was this attack planned? How many people involved? How many people aided? And will they be trying to do other things? Oh, U.S. citizen from Texas. ISIS flag found on the vehicle, 42 years of age. Shamsuddin Jabbar. Wow. Homegrown, I guess. Don't know how long he's been a citizen or born in the U.S., so we have to ask those questions. Was he born in the United States? Did he come here from another country at 11 years old, 2 years old, 30 years old? Student, where did he work? Married, children, all of the above. I'm sure in the next couple of days, we'll be getting different types of information, where he's from, criminal background, does he have a criminal record, been in trouble, flagged by the FBI, so on and so forth. Wow, wow, wow. Truck appeared to be rented, weapons and a potential IED located in the vehicle. How many weapons were inside of the vehicle? Were those weapons stolen? Other IEDs were also found in the French Quarter. Where exactly were those items found? What a mess.
On Bourbon Street of the suspect's vehicle. When police did go in after there was an exchange of gunfire, the suspect apparently
Hello, Terry. Yes,
had
Happy New Year.
Tactical gear on. I was told that he had a helmet on, and he was found with a long gun as well as IEDs, and there were potential devices in other places. And because there were potential devices in other places, a lot of businesses, including French Quarter businesses, are taking precautions and asking people to report anything they may find suspicious right now.
And because there were those potential IEDs or explosive devices found other places in the French Quarter, that implies that either he had some help doing this, or that he was in New Orleans for planning this before he got behind the wheel of that truck.
And it's not just impacting people in New Orleans. I'm just seeing something now from New Orleans City Park due to the New Year's mass casualty attack in downtown New Orleans and the need to direct important resources elsewhere. Celebration in the Oaks, it is canceled for the remainder of the season, and the ticket holders will be contacted if they have any more information. So you have people taking precaution everywhere, and it's very shocking.
What's interesting is that he lives in Texas allegedly, but the gun was stolen from New Jersey. So did he go to New Jersey to steal a gun, or he bought a gun from somebody in Texas and the gun came from New Jersey? Who was the owner of the gun? When was the gun stolen? Did somebody report the gun stolen? Is it a registered gun? Who is the owner of the gun? Very weird. Texas, Jersey, now New Orleans. All points connected. Very strange. Waiting for the press conference. Welcome to the Vault Excel, everybody. Happy New Year. Hello, Lane.
And they're going to give us an update on where they.
Bourbon Street attack.
I know that
Truck had an ISIS flag on it. ID in the car, weapons in the car.
Yes, we know this.
Suited up, helmet up.
To Amelia Strahan, who is on Bourbon Street. She's been kind of keeping an eye
Some will wonder,
and it doesn't seem
why didn't he detonate those
all that much
devices?
action, for lack of a better word, happening on Bourbon
Did he have a remote control to the devices? Lots of questions. Very horrible scene. Someone filmed from the balcony of the carnage. The video is on my community page. If you like to view it, I won't be viewing it here on the network, but you can feel free to go to my community page to see a video by someone filming from the balcony, looking down where people were hit by the truck. 10 people dead, 30 injured. Some did not go to the emergency room. Several hospitals involved that aided these injured and deceased people, injured people rather. There's crime in the city, of course, of New Orleans. Everybody knows this. But to have 10 people dead in one scene, that rarely happens. You know what I'm saying? One person dies of a heart attack. Somebody across the street got shot. Somebody around the corner had a domestic situation. But you never have 10 people dead in one place. This is a terrible day for New Orleans and America. As I said before in my commentary, if you have a problem with the U.S., your best advice is to stay the hell out of this country. Don't come here. Don't visit. Don't come here to exact a crime. If you get here and you don't like how we run things here in America, then I advise you to pack your luggage and go back to wherever the fuck you came from. Spoken word. This shit's getting old. People coming here, living here, then one day they wake up, they don't like America. Well, there's a lot of things I don't like about America. But I ain't getting ready to go out here and start shooting and killing people. What the fuck? This is ridiculous. Just when I said I was going to stop cussing. Well, so much for that New Year's resolution. It's ridiculous. You don't like it here. Just go back. Go back wherever you came from. You can go to Europe. You can go to Asia. Lots of beautiful places you can go. You can go blow them up. You like blowing up shit? Go over there. I'm not recommending, but I'm just saying, come on, stop it. Life is life. You can't just kill people because things aren't going your way.
Why he brought this kind of attack here.
Or you're doing it for religion, whatever. Stop it.
Get some answers. We'll open up and then do a follow-up on the show, and then we'll take 1 or 2 questions afterwards.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alethea Duncan. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge here in FBI New Orleans. Thank you for being here today and for your patience. First, I want to acknowledge the victims of today's horrific attack. The FBI and our partners are working diligently to investigate and find answers on behalf of the victims, the citizens and residents of Louisiana, and everyone visiting the city. I'm going to provide you some facts and information about what we do now. I know that all of you will have questions, and we will try to provide some answers, but this is an ongoing investigation that's rapidly evolving. So there are some questions I will be unable to answer.
Sorry about that.
At this time.
Buffering.
The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we're investigating this as an attack of terrorism along with our partners. Today at approximately 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time, an individual drove a pickup truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing at least 10 individuals and injuring dozens more. After hitting the crowd, he exited the vehicle and fired upon local law enforcement. Law enforcement returned fire and the subject was pronounced deceased at the scene. 2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported to local hospitals. The subject has been identified as 42-year-old Samsud Dim Jabbar, a U.S.-born citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to be rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject is in possession of this vehicle.
An ISIS flag was located on the trailer hitch of the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and potential improvised explosive devices, IEDs, were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. As of now, 2 IEDs have been found and rendered safe. The FBI Special Agent bomb technicians, as well as our local law enforcement partners, have been working to determine if any of these devices are viable, and they will work to render those devices safe. The FBI, we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. We're aggressively running down all the leads to identify the possible subject's associates. We're working to ensure that there is no further threat. We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We're aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates. That's why we need the public's help. We are asking if anybody has any interactions with Samsud Dim Jabbar in the last 72 hours, that you contact us. The FBI is asking the public's help. We're asking anyone who has information, video, or pictures to provide it to the FBI. We have set up a digital tip line as well as a 1-800 number, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Please provide us with any information that you can assist us in this investigation. Once again, thank you for your patience and assistance. For an updated statements or information, please check the FBI's website and our social media accounts. I will now turn over to Mayor Cantrell. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Agent Duncan, for your leadership and the full support of the FBI. First and foremost, I want to express my deepest condolences to the families and loved ones that were impacted by this tragedy on Bourbon Street and in the heart of the city of New Orleans. And I know that the entire New Orleans City Council grieves along right with me, no doubt about that, and our people and our families. My priority will continue to be to ensure that victims that remain on Bourbon Street now will be serviced and removed as soon as possible. But as stated, the FBI is in charge of this investigation and are doing everything necessary to make this happen. I also want to acknowledge hearing from President Biden, all of our federal partners, but most importantly, calling Governor Landry this morning, responded with haste, and we do say thank you. And of course, a demonstration of a unified support is right here in this room. That's how we collectively responded to this tragedy in the city of New Orleans. The mission now is to facilitate, support, and coordinate safety procedures to keep our residents and our visitors safe. I've gone to the hospital along with Chief Kirkpatrick to visit our police officers, and considering their injuries, they're doing well. As I mentioned, this investigation is ongoing, and the FBI remains the lead in the investigation. It is an active crime scene as well. We are committed, no doubt, to uncovering all details surrounding this tragedy. And we're taking every necessary step to put even more safety procedures in place, especially given the nature of the investigation. I'm going to ask people to do not go around our secured area if there is no essential need to do so. It matters, and again, it is an active crime scene. I also want you all to know that the Greater New Orleans Foundation has set up a fund to assist victims, and that information will be provided to you. Thank you, Ganoff. Again, I want to thank this unified team. We're leaning in, we're relentless, and we will do everything that it takes to render real justice. This team will.
I want to also just thank our citizens for your heartfelt prayers. New Orleans is a world-class city, and I can say that I've heard from world leaders all this morning and up until now, in addition to my brother and sister May across this country. They're calling, they're responding, and they're standing with the city of New Orleans. And what they always say and want me to reiterate, they understand the resilience of this community. And we're strong in that regard. And I will say second to none.
Amen.
So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our governor. And as I mentioned, who has not wavered any in leaning in, providing the necessary support.
She's the mayor.
Standing right here with me, and I say thank you, Governor. And I know the First Lady is standing with us as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Again, I want to thank the mayor. Since about 3:45 this morning, when she called me, we have all been working just around the clock to both secure the city and the South. This act, again, I want to reiterate that our prayers go out with all of those who have been affected by this tragedy. I want to thank our law enforcement officers. I want to thank our medical personnel. I want to thank our first responders. And most importantly, I want to thank the two New Orleans police officers who not only laid their life on the line,
Yes.
but were able to eliminate the threat this morning. Let me say, we have made public safety a state priority from day one. And I think that if you look around me today, right now, and you look at the people who are standing around, that is their commitment as well. We intend to be transparent in assessing any defects that may have existed in the system so that we can address them. It's the only way to ensure that any mistakes that were made are corrected.
Good thing you said that.
Specifically, we have been trying and working very diligently to address security concerns in preparation for the Super Bowl since October. And it's interesting because, ironically, in preparation for the Super Bowl, I had intended to issue an emergency declaration tomorrow so that we could bring all of our federal, state, and local agencies to bear in preparation for the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras. But because of the events today, I have amended that emergency declaration and issued it today. So again, that declaration will allow our federal, state, and local partners to bring all of the resources necessary to get this city safe. In light of that executive order, I've also ordered the mobilization of a military police company. I've asked General Freelou to mobilize a military police company to assist both New Orleans Police and LSP and the FBI. It is important for our citizens and guests of this state to know that we're doing everything we can to secure their safety in this city. We want to make it clear, the Superdome and the surrounding area is safe. But I've always said that the safety of this entire city is something that is always paramount to me. With that, I would like to turn it over to Jeff with the Super Bowl. Jeff Dunn.
Good afternoon. Obviously, we wish.
Calm down.
Reason today.
Not about that today. Come on, all that.
Has a 90-year history.
People are dead.
Being a good corporate citizen for the city of New Orleans, and that's why this tragedy hurts us as much as anybody right now. So our condolences, thoughts, and prayers go out to the victims and their families as we all work through this. Of course, anytime we have a major event in the city of New Orleans, public safety is paramount, and we have full faith and confidence in the governor and the mayor and all the assets, the federal, state, and local resources that they've applied to this event so that we can ultimately bring those responsible to justice and carry on with the major events that we have in front of us. Speaking of which, we were scheduled this evening to have a CFP quarterfinal played in the Superdome at 7:45. We have been in consultation with ESPN, with the college football playoff, with the Southeastern Conference, with the University of Georgia, with Notre Dame, all parties, and all agree that it's in the best interest of everybody and public safety that we postpone the game for 24 hours. Work is fast about to set up a safe and efficient and fun environment for tomorrow night. There'll be more details on that in the coming hours, but for now, that's the plan, that we're going to move forward and play the game. And again, we reiterate our thanks to everyone up here for the important work they're doing. We live in the fun and games world with what we do, but we certainly recognize the importance of this, and we're going to support it 100%. So thank you.
I'd like to bring up Senator Kennedy. I wish I understood better why bad things happen to good people. If I make it to heaven, I'm going to ask. For those people who don't believe in objective evil, all you have to do is look at what happened in our city early this morning. I am, if this doesn't trigger the gag reflex of every American, every fair-minded American, I'll be very surprised. I'm here because these are my people. I'm here because these are my people's friends. I'm here because there are a lot of Louisianians that are scared tonight. I don't want them to be. There's a lot of information going around. Some of it is actually true. Some of it isn't. The federal government is now in charge of this investigation. By that, I mean the White House, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice. I have not talked to the FBI. Maybe they've talked to my staff. I don't know. I did talk to the Secretary of Homeland Security a little while ago. And I asked him that, with all the respect I could muster, that we expect to put the full force. Our local police departments, our sheriffs, we've got many sheriffs here today, have been terrific so far. The federal government is cooperating with them. I hope that will continue. Here's what I want to ask from the federal government. Catch these people. Catch these people. And then tell the American people the truth. Now, I don't want you.
He's a country boy, is he not?
Anything's going to interfere
Thick
in
accent.
investigation. And there are things that I've been told that I think are true that I'm not sharing with you today because it could interfere with their investigation. But after we get to the bottom of this, they need to tell the American people the truth.
Well, what you got? Tell us.
New Orleans, the truth.
What you got, brother?
Of America, the truth. I think the mayor and the governor are very wise to postpone this ball game for 24 hours.
Hey, Gigi.
There's just too much stuff we don't know, and it's just not worth it. But I guess my final point is, I will promise you this: I will, when it is appropriate and this investigation is complete, you will find out what happened and who was responsible, or I will raise fresh hell. And I will chase those in the federal government who are responsible for telling us what happened, like they stole Christmas.
Ooh, well, shut your mouth.
Thank you, Senator.
Well, what are we missing? What's going on here?
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Thank you to all of our law enforcement agents for doing a.
Well, he sounds country to me. I don't know all about the Cajun.
At a time when we needed you most.
His accent don't sound like the other people out here in New Orleans. That's my opinion.
Of all of our partners. This is all hands on deck. from the White House all the way down. I've been in communication with the White House since early this morning. Secretary Mayorkas, leaders in all of our federal, local, and state agencies. The president has made it very clear that he intends to bring every resource to bear to not only tell the truth, but to provide the resources to bring these cowards to justice. I want to personally thank the men and women in uniform who put their lives on the line to protect our citizens and our visitors. To our mayor and our governor for acting expeditiously and bringing us all together. To our sheriffs from the surrounding areas who have been Johnny on the spot, recognizing that if it happens in New Orleans,
Happen
it can
anywhere.
happen anywhere.
Exactly.
We don't have the luxury of being myopic. In this community, we work together. We don't point fingers. We don't blame. We go after the bad guys. Let it be clear that the full faith and credit of the United States and every agency therein is on the ground, working. And for those who may have played a role in this horrific act of cowardice, we will find you. We'll bring you to justice. New Orleans is a place that heralds its ability to protect its citizens, that heralds its ability to manage major events. Super Bowls, Sugar Bowls, Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, Essence Festival, you name it, no one does it better than law enforcement in New Orleans and in the surrounding area. Kudos to those two officers who have been wounded. Our hearts go out to those who lost loved ones. Our hearts go out to those who are wounded and on the mend in the hospital. Citizens, now is the time to stay calm, to be vigilant. This is not a time to come out to sightsee. Listen to your federal, local, state officials. Be vigilant. If you saw something, say something. Know something, tell someone. There are tip lines, there's information available. Please, all hands on deck. Rest assured that the decision that was made to postpone the game was not done lightly. It was done with one single thing in mind: public safety. Making sure that the citizens and visitors of this great city, not only for this event, but for every event you come to in Louisiana, that you will be safe. And we will use every resource possible, as the governor has said, as the mayor has said, and every law enforcement agent here has said. Our energy, our commitment will be to make sure that you are safe now and for every event in the future. God bless you, and let's stay strong.
Attorney General.
I first want to extend my sincerest condolences to the families of the victims. Parents got a phone call last night, early this morning, that no parent ever wants to receive. And as a parent of children who come to New Orleans and spend time here, I know that that is just something that, you know, we hold our breath sometimes till they're home safe, and some people did not come home safe. And we also have some people who are fighting for their lives right now in the hospital. So I'd ask everyone to pray for them. They need our support and they need our prayers. This was a heinous act, a heinous, cowardly act, and we will find them and we will bring them to justice. My office will be providing both investigative and prosecutorial support to the city of New Orleans, to the district attorney, Jason Williams in New Orleans, as I have done for months. We will continue to do that. We will provide the governor with whatever support that he needs, and the governor's office of Homeland Security, whatever support that they need. I'll be here to help. I will be here to stand with the city of New Orleans. We will bring them to justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor and Madam Mayor. For those who do not know me, my name is Ann Kirkpatrick. I'm the Chief of Police of New Orleans. My official title is Superintendent, but my role is as Chief of Police. You know, you've heard some of the details today, and over the last 24 hours, we had approximately 400 officers in French Quarter. And as we know, this is not just an act of terrorism. This is evil. And when we face evil, we have a choice. We can run in fear, or we can indeed stand in strength. In a time of crisis, people are looking for leadership. You are looking at the leadership. And I promise you, as the chief of police of this city has been tried by fire before. But fire purifies. Fire makes things stronger. We have a plan. We know what to do. We are going to get these people. There is a path forward. Very pleased that we will be back to having a wonderful game tomorrow night. New Orleans police have proven their ability to make the city safer. Just 2 years ago, we were the murder capital of America. Today, from that time 2 years ago, we have driven our murder rate than 50% down. So we have a track record.
Yes, you do, sadly.
But this is different because it's terrorism.
Yeah.
Now, I want to thank all of our law enforcement partners. You're fabulous, and we appreciate the partnership. But last night, 3 of our officers engaged this terrorist who shot at them. 3 of the officers returned fire. Those officers did not run in fear. I liked what the mayor said this morning. New Orleans police and all law enforcement is built. We are built for dealing with evil, with things that would cause others to be in fear.
All the officers
instead,
grouped
our
together.
officers,
Sorry about that.
and last
It's
night,
crazy.
NOPD in particular stood strong. They did not run. They did kill the terrorist.
So they're not saying they killed the
We had
terrorist.
2 officers indeed who received gunfire. They will be okay. We have personally gone to see them. But this is leadership for you. And I promise, as the chief of police of this fantastic city, that I will be strong and firm and fearless.
Go ahead, girlfriend. Woo! Sound like she meant that.
Thank you. And wrapping it up, I want to just close with a couple of things. I want to thank Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter. I want to thank again all of our law enforcement officers out there. I want the families of the victims to know that I will be issuing an executive order that tomorrow, when Notre Dame plays Georgia, every flag of every state building in this state is going to be at half-mast. In remembrance of them, but remembering something else. That fear in this state is a liar. And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served. And for the citizens out there that were thinking, well, man, do I really want to go to the Sugar Bowl tomorrow? I tell you one thing, your governor's going to be there. That is proof, believe you me, that that facility in this city is safer today than it was yesterday. And as we come to additional events in this city, I know in speaking with Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter, and FBI, acting director, and incoming administration, that they are going to ensure that this city has the resources necessary to protect our city. Questions.
All right, if you could, we'll start over here with CBS. Katie, we'll work our way across the room. If I miss you, just give me a holler. I may not see. Go ahead, Katie.
Thank you, sir. Katie Royce with CBS News. I mean, I think this has been a really tough day for a lot of people, but at this point, we're hearing that the death toll, according to some FBI sources, is going up to 15. Is this true?
Sorry about the buffering. Whew. Lordy, power issues here at my domain. Lord, bring in the new year. God help us all. God help us. Oh, honey. What a day. What a night. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus. Well, hold on, you guys. We're having a power issue here where I'm located. I'm going to give you a brief update pertaining, don't know if this information is accurate or not, but MSN put it out just under 20 minutes ago, well, 12 minutes ago. This guy went down Bourbon Street, high rate of speed, 15 dead, injuring dozens as early as Wednesday, city federal officials said. After mowing down numerous people over a 3-block stretch on the famed thoroughfare while firing shots into the crowd, the suspect, identified by sources as Shamsuddin Jabbar, 42, allegedly got out of the truck wielding an assault rifle and opened fire on police officers. Law enforcement officials briefed on the incident told ABC News. The FBI does not believe Jabbar was solely responsible for the incident, which is being investigated as an act of terror. Officers returned fire, killing Jabbar, a U.S. citizen from Texas, sources said. At least 2 police officers were shot and wounded. Representative Troy Carter, Democrat of Louisiana, told ABC News Wednesday afternoon that the number of people killed in the incident has risen from 10 to 15. Repeat, 10 to 15. He said another 25 people were hospitalized with injuries. Improvised explosive devices found in and around the scene on Bourbon Street were apparently found to be viable, and investigators were looking for more in the city's French Quarter. Multiple law enforcement sources tell ABC News the FBI said 2 devices were found and rendered safe. As I said before in the earlier part of this live, where were those devices located in the French Quarter? It appears that the truck the suspect rented was spotted in Texas on Tuesday, but it was not clear if the suspect was in the vehicle at the time, according to a source citing preliminary law enforcement information. An ISIS flag along with weapons were found in the vehicle, and investigators were trying to assess the suspect's connection to terror groups, the FBI said. The Sugar Bowl has been postponed Wednesday night to Thursday night. Orleans Parish District Attorney Jason Williams told ABC News the game was set to kick off Wednesday night, which is today, in New Orleans, where police remain focused on securing the French Quarter after the vehicle ramming attack. Jason Williams, the District Attorney of Orleans Parish, which includes New Orleans, told ABC News that investigators are conducting a grid search to determine if other explosive devices were planted. Williams also said the investigation is underway on whether barricades along Bourbon Street were still up at the time of the attack. Representative Carter also told ABC News investigators are still trying to determine the position of the security bollards intended to prevent vehicles from going onto Bourbon Street at the time of the attack. It appears that the bollards may not have fully operation mode, but there was a police vehicle that was there to deter any vehicle from getting onto Bourbon Street. My understanding is that they may have gone around the police vehicle and gone through the sidewalk, and that's how they gained entry. That information is still being gathered. LaToya Cantrell, who is the mayor, described the horrific incident as a terrorist attack, and the FBI said it was being investigated as an act of terror. The bloodshed comes on the heels of a deadly vehicle ramming attack in Germany. Fears of such attacks were a growing concern among law enforcement, as well as attacks by lone actors at winter holiday events. Police Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick said the driver had attempted to kill as many people as possible. The truck used in the attack appeared to be an F-150 Lightning, an electric vehicle. By the time the melee had ended, at least 35 people were injured, New Orleans police says. City officials initially said most of the victims appeared to be local, officials said. He was hell-bent on creating the carnage that he did, Kirkpatrick said at a news conference early Wednesday. The NOLA police department says the attack occurred despite the force being staffed at 100% for New Year's Eve in the Sugar Bowl, a college football game planned annually on New Year's Day. An additional 300 officers were on duty from partner agencies, the police department said. Despite discussions about canceling or postponing the Sugar Bowl, the game is expected to be played Wednesday evening, sources brief said. Some events and parties around the game were canceled. However, President Joe Biden has been briefed on the attack and has been in touch with Cantrell to offer support, according to the White House. I will continue to receive updates throughout the day, and I will have more to say as we have further information to share, Biden said in a statement. In the meantime, my heart goes out to the victims and their families who were simply trying to celebrate the holiday. There's no justification for violence of any kind, and we will not tolerate any attack on any of our nation's communities. President-elect Donald Trump posted a statement on his Truth Social platform saying, "Our hearts are with all of the innocent victims and their loved ones, including the brave officers of the New Orleans Police Department. The Trump administration will fully support the city of New Orleans as they investigate and recover from this act of pure evil." Local authorities asked the FBI for assistance on Wednesday. A senior federal law enforcement source told ABC News a command center was being set up. The source said the FBI was set to lead the investigation, and at the moment they are the lead on this case. And it was mentioned during the press conference earlier. Okay. Let's see. This is a comment from someone that was an eyewitness. It made a right-hand turn onto Bourbon, and it was heading directly towards me. And a female friend and I had with me. And I basically wrapped my arms around her and threw ourselves to the right of the vehicle, McPhee told ABC News. I don't remember exactly if it hit me or some debris, but we were flown into the air and came down on the sidewalk. The vehicle did hit a gentleman that I was standing beside. While we were down on the ground, it appeared that he was breathing, and then the woman behind him didn't appear to be breathing, and the vehicle continued down the road. Moments later, he said he heard gunshots. Asked if he saw the driver's face, McPhee said, all I could remember, and it's replaying in my head, is seeing the front of the truck coming at us. McPhee said he and his friends suffered bumps and bruises in the incident. Asked if he saw the steel barricades up on Bourbon Street at the time of the incident, McPhee said, I don't believe they were up. I didn't see any that were up. I was kind of surprised that the vehicle was able to get as far as it did, just considering the amount of people that were on Bourbon Street, McPhee said. They did have those metal gates that were able to move back and forth. I didn't know if they were down just for the Uber drivers and the Lyft drivers to get through, but I don't remember seeing them up. Witness Jimmy Cawthorn of New Orleans told ABC News that he and a friend were walking on Bourbon Street when the truck attack began. He said they ducked into a bar, and within minutes, 4 frantic women pushed through security, rushed into the bar, and hid under tables. When we got on the balcony, what we saw was insanity, Cawthorn, a certified emergency medical technician, said. I mean, it was something out of a movie, the graphic nature of it. It was unbelievable. We instantly counted. I saw 10 bodies, 6 clearly graphically deceased, and the others yelling with one around. Everyone had just cleared the street completely. Cawthorn said he tried to go out and help the injured, but was stopped by security. Another witness who requested to be identified only as Paul S. told ABC News he was startled awake by the sound of what he initially thought was fireworks. Around 3:15 a.m., we heard pop, 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 pop sound, followed by a sound that sounded like fireworks going off like big fireworks all at once, Paul said. Then it turned out that was the crash. He said he looked outside his hotel window. He saw a chaotic scene with bodies strewn on the street below. What I was, if you can imagine, a street with brick and whatnot littered all around the sidewalk. And then there were bodies laid up next to garbage cans and people rushing to give aid, Paul said. He said he observed a man who had been thrown from his wheelchair, lying on the ground next to the truck, involved in the attack, writhing in pain. There was also a body underneath a scissor lift, Paul S. said. Wow, whatever that is, dear God. The The Ford F-150 Lightning truck using the attack was apparently rented through the Turo app, a car-sharing company, according to Rodrigo Diaz, the owner of the truck. Diaz told ABC News he rented the truck to an individual through the app and is currently talking to the FBI. He declined further comment. So now we have someone to give us information that he rented the truck. So obviously there's an app where you can loan out your car to someone. Or, rent your car out, which is crazy. Why would you rent your car out to somebody? So now they're going to be looking at you, sir, heavily for renting out your damn car to a complete stranger. Never heard of such. This app shit is out of control. You use the app to do your banking. You use the app to do this. You use the app to do everything. Now you got an app to rent damn cars? Are y'all hearing what I'm saying? So much for the Airbnb app. You got an app where you can call somebody, hey, I want to rent your car. I've never heard of such. This is crazy. Preliminary information put together by law enforcement indicates the truck apparently involved in the New Orleans attack occurred Tuesday in North Harris County, Texas. And we got information that this guy, has a foreign name, but an American citizen. I believe he was born here in the United States, in Texas. Harris County, Texas is where this truck was last seen. A source briefed on the investigation told ABC Houston station KTRK the truck was seen in Harris County at 10:15 a.m. and again 11:10 a.m. The source said just after noon on Tuesday, the truck was spotted in Baytown, Texas, heading east on Interstate 10 in the direction of New Orleans. Law enforcement has not said whether the suspect attacker was in the vehicle when it was spotted in Texas. So we've got a person who has rented a truck from a dodo bird. Yeah, I'm calling you a dodo bird, Mr. Diaz. Left Texas to go to New Orleans with pipe bombs, rifles, guns, IEDs, whatever, shooting out of the window while driving in town. You just picture that. Because you got to hold the wheel in order to mow the people down. They said he was shooting out of the window and driving. Do the math. Usually you hear this type of work with drive-bys and there are other people in the car aiding. We did not hear that other people were in the car, but I'm just saying. You're holding the wheel and you're shooting people. So at one point he must have stopped the car, the truck, to shoot at law enforcement. Stay woke, everybody. Wow, 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 wow. Synopsis of everything that was said. 30 injured patients transported by knowns and 10 fatalities. The city said using an acronym for the New Orleans Emergency Medical Services. The police later said at least 30 injured and taken to 5 local hospitals: University Medical Center, Turo Hospital, East Jefferson General Hospital, Ochsner Medical Center, Jefferson Campus, and Ochsner Campus. So they have several hospitals in the NOLA. Wow. Attorney General Merrick Garland confirmed FBI is investigating the incident as an act of terrorism. He said the Justice Department's National Security Division and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Louisiana are working with local law enforcement and will deploy every available resource to conduct this investigation. The country woke up this morning to news of a terrible tragedy in New Orleans that killed at least 10 people and injured many more, Garland said in a statement. My heart is broken for those who began their year by learning people they loved were killed in this horrific attack, and my prayers are with the dozens who were injured, including the New Orleans Police Department officers who risked their lives to save others. So far, the police officers are okay, as far as I know. This is a developing story. MSN is the source, if you're curious. Wow. Because I was having some power issues here where I'm living, so that broadcast got interrupted. To pull that up, hold on one second. My goodness. This buffering here is just outrageous. Hello, everybody in the chat. Thank you for holding on. I'm going to finish this here. Can't get the volume. 1 second, everybody. I'm trying to
catch these people. Catch these people. Law enforcement is built.
I don't know what is going on. Every device is acting up. There's some type of interference here where I'm living. Oh, it's buffering. Yeah, it's really bad. We had a power outage and everything is, just haywire. I mean, everything stopped. No bathroom light, no bathroom plug. Heat was out, it just cut back on. Microwave, messed with the clock on that. Refrigerator, things started not keeping freezing cold. It also affected the stove. Just absolutely ridiculous. Sorry about that.
We do not have a final number. We know that we have confirmed 10, but we did have people who had been transported who were in critical condition. And so I do not know that, but I can confirm 10.
And one quick follow-up question, if I may. We know that there have been some local records in Texas about
because the investigation part, I will give the FBI.
At this time, we cannot go into details about the subject's history. What I can tell you, the person was an Army veteran. We believe he was honoring discharge, but we're working through this process, figuring out all this information. The goal with the FBI is providing with the most accurate and complete information. So once that information is confirmed, we'll make sure we push that out. Thank you.
At the time, you know exactly, as far as victims, how many are from here in Indiana versus out of state.
Hold on, what did she say?
Leadership. And I promise you, as the chief of police of this city has been tried by fire before. But fire purifies.
I'm going to turn this one down because it's kind of low. I'm trying to find a device that shows it a little louder.
Who was next? We had over here.
Hi, Rachel Wolf with the Wall Street Journal. You said you are confident there are multiple suspects involved. What makes you confident?
Well, like, why would we tell you that? Again, again, we want to answer pertinent questions. But anything that would lead to impeding or endangering this investigation is not going to be said, okay? And we will, as information unfolds, this is a very fluid process. And remember something too, we're doing two things. We're hunting some bad people down and we're securing the city too. We're getting ready for a Sugar Bowl tomorrow. So if y'all would, again, if you have questions regarding the Sugar Bowl, the safety of the city, or something to that effect, we're happy to answer.
Over here.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Alyssa. Usually in parts of the French Quarter, specifically in parts of Bourbon Street, there are bollards. We're hearing that some of those may have been down because of repairs. Can you speak to that? And maybe was there any backup option of putting a truck there or an NOPD car there?
Well, let me tell you, one, I'm going to let the mayor answer. I want you to know that's one of the first things I thought of this morning when the mayor called me. Okay? And I will tell you that whatever the problem was is going to be solved.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor, and thank you for the question. I do understand that it's been on your radar since this morning. As it relates to the bollards on Bourbon Street, over 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, the city of New Orleans implemented an infrastructure project placing bollards on Bourbon Street. Shortly thereafter, the malfunctions of those bollards ensued, from Mardi Gras beads on down. But the New Orleans Police Department, of course, deemed them inefficient because they did not operate the way that they were intended to do.
No popcorn.
Because the
Just
city
evil.
of New Orleans is
That's all.
hosting Super Bowl this year. It gave the city of New Orleans an opportunity to go further and deeper with infrastructure improvements,
It's evil.
as we've been talking about. So as a result of that, we were able to build in bollard replacement into our Super Bowl infrastructure package. And because of that, the city of New Orleans has moved forward with that infrastructure that is nearing completion. Bollards were not up because they are near completion, with the expectation of being completed, of course, by Super Bowl, way before Super Bowl. But that is the reason. Now, the New Orleans Police Department and Chief, you can speak to the deployment to respond to our needs and existing conditions.
All right, so we have been aware of the bollard situation for a long time, and we did indeed harden those target areas where the bollards are. We have patrol cars out there as a hard target, as well as with barriers. Now, I want to share with y'all, if you did not know, that this particular terrorist drove around onto the sidewalk and got around the hard target, where he did have a car there, we had barriers there, we had officers there, and they still got around. Now, the wedges that you see out there as well, we knew that had malfunction problems. And I want you to understand, let's say we put the wedge up and it got stuck. There is no way that ambulance could get in or out, people couldn't get in and out. So we knew that these were malfunction. So we did indeed have a plan, but the terrorist defeated it.
Let me just say this. We recognize we got a problem right here, right? We got to fix it. It is going to be a top priority as we go into the Super Bowl in Mardi Gras. And the solution that we're going to come up with is going to be a permanent one. It's going to be placed into the standard operating procedure of having major events and securing that quarter.
Follow up, if I may. Obviously, Super Bowl was going to win tomorrow, but I'm sure after that game, a lot of people are going to want to celebrate. Are there plans to keep Bourbon Street closed? What does that look like?
So right now, Bourbon Street is an active crime scene, and the FBI is in charge of it. When they clear it, and it does not become an active crime scene anymore, we're going to open it up.
Tony,
Fox 8. Can we ask about this military police presence? That's what you want to call it. Is this a private security like Blackwater? Also, would that be a first that a private security firm is mobilized to supplement local and state law enforcement?
No, we're not. This is our National Guard. These are our citizens that we bring it in. It's a military police company that we recognize we need some more resources. We need some more boots on the ground because, again, what we're doing now is twofold. We've got an active investigation and we've got enhanced security. Before this event, we were just enhancing and working on security. So we brought some additional resources.
Jesse Kurz with NBC News. Thank you for holding the press briefing. I just want to clarify something first. We were just talking about bollards that are being repaired, talking about a lift gate that are replaced and then a lift gate that's not been working. Was there a vehicle in place of that lift gate last night? Were there things in place of those bollards that were being repaired?
Sure, the chief spoke to the plan in place, and that is, yes.
That was indeed.
Anything that is currently in the midst of being repaired had a backup replacement.
It had vehicles and officers were there where all of those ballards have been. We had that, we knew. So we did have it. And like I said, in this particular case, terrorists just went all the way around up onto the sidewalk. And
What about the lift gate? Was there a vehicle like backing in and out to block that? But
Whew, sorry about that. Crazy. This is just, this buffering today is outrageous. I was thinking about those bollards because here in Knoxville, it was mentioned probably about a month and a half to two. I was reading an article about, festivities downtown, and they were mentioning how much money they spent on the bollards, and it was quite a bit of money. And I was thinking, once I saw what they looked like, because I Googled what they were, and I thought, they spent all this money? I could have sworn they said $300,000 or something. I thought they're not made of anything. So they're the same thing that they're talking about here in New Orleans. Anybody could knock those off. It don't matter that you would drill them into the ground. They don't hold anything. They're not to me heavy metal that would deter, a truck or a car. And I think we already know just from watching movies, you got a heavy truck or car, it can go through a fence. So those bollards aren't that secure, even, drilled to the ground with heavy nails or whatever, industrial nails. It's not going to matter. You see, this man was determined, so he could have drove right through them. He's in a truck, a F-150. A truck could knock over those bollards. They're not made of anything. They're not that heavy. So either way, he wanted to get in, he did. And that's the whole point. Wasn't nothing to keep him from going. Because I thought about that too earlier. I thought, damn, did he go on the sidewalk? So he did go around the barrier, jump the sidewalk, and then onto the street. But you got to remember, the truck is huge. So he had to touch the sidewalk so he could level onto the street to mow the people down. And then you saw part of the video where all these officers were gathered together and they heard the crash. So they took off running down the damn street. Naturally, there's nothing you can do, of course, as a human to stop a big old truck, except for to shoot at it. And that's exactly what happened. They engaged in gunfire with the suspect because he was heavily armed. And I'm assuming their gunfire is what led to his demise. This is terrible. Absolutely terrible. That we're even at this point again. But as the guy's saying here, you have to be, ignorant is bliss. You can't just assume something happens today, it won't happen 5 days from now or 2 weeks from now. Evil people. And I always say, trying to figure out the reasoning is really a waste of time, because once you hear of the black flag, the rest is self-explanatory. Once you know that it was an ISIS flag, a religious flag, whatever, you need not even try to figure out why. It's a waste of time. The point is, there are people who are evil. There are people who are hateful, vengeful. There are people who are followers. They're not leaders. And they ride on anything said or done by a person or persons. And they're willing to exact hate, murder, off an ideology. As I always preach on this channel, life is short. The time you spend being upset and angry over something you don't have any control over, and then you want to go out and exact a crime because of it, in the end, you're the one who has to stand account, nobody else. We're all entitled to think the way we want, feel the way we want. But when hate is involved to where you are identifying a certain group to exact your hate against, that's a problem. Because my thing is, we are all evenly yoked as human beings with quirks and different ways of living and thinking. There are all types of stereotypes of every race. Let's get that down packed. Every race has his own stereotype that another man or woman gave him or her. But you don't have to hate somebody because they're brown skin with dark hair. Somebody has slanted eyes. Somebody has a brown skin, black skin, yellow skin. Somebody's hair is straight. Somebody's hair is curly. Somebody's fair skin. If you spend your time worrying about that, you have some serious problems. You have some serious problems because life is too short for all that nonsense. Worrying about a Jew, an Arab. Oh, they like to do this. This one don't like the babe. This one likes to do this. This one thinks he's rich. This one thinks he's better than everybody. This one owns all the business and corporations. Maybe. This one's taking all our jobs. And let's be truthful. You start chopping up every race, you can go on and on about what you think about each one, okay? But you can't put everybody in that group. Can't judge every Mexican the same. You can't judge every black person the same. Can't judge every white person the same. Everybody is foul. Make that clear. Everybody is foul, got quirks, jacked up, fucked up. But to spend your every waking moment talking about it, that's when you need to check yourself. Because like right now, my objective is to check to make sure I got a stove that can run and a refrigerator that can keep my food up to date so I don't have to throw it in the garbage because the power went out yesterday evening. That's more important to me than an Arab and a Jew who wants to join ISIS, who's the upcoming president. I don't have that kind of time. That's what's wrong with people. Your focus, your lack of focus on what is important, what is relevant. But I've said it, and I'll say it on this network. Who don't like it, fine. I don't give a damn about who's coming in the White House. I don't give a damn about who's trying to get into the country because it's up to the government to decide who comes here. You think it's okay to let people squeeze through the gate, swim over here illegally? That's on them. I don't have control over it. Do I like it? No. But that's the point. I don't have no control. I voted. Obviously, the vote didn't count. What can I do about it? Nothing. But am I going to go out here and start killing people, mowing people down? No. Am I going to start stalking people online? No. I see 2 white people walking down the street. I'm going to follow them around? No. 2 Indians walking around, follow them around? No. That's the point. You got to get on with the get on. That is what's wrong with us as people. The constant dwelling on shit. Just go on and on and on about somebody different than you, look different than you. Well, if we were to chop you up and put you back together, we could find probably 1,000 damn things wrong with you. You're a crazy white person. You're a crazy black person. You're a crazy Jew. You're a crazy Iranian. You're a crazy African. That's the point. Ain't nobody perfect. So you sit here and waste your time worrying about bullshit going on here, abroad. You're going to have a lonely journey on top of this dirt. There is something wrong with all of us. And we, the people, make everything, such as this crazy place I'm living in. They know they have an issue with somebody messing with the power box, and they don't cover the fucking box up to allow a person to flip the switch, which has messed up all our electronics. I can't even get the microwave to work with the timer now on the clock. Do you see where I'm going? That's a head knocker issue. You want to allow the people to keep flipping the switch to the power box? You got to stand account. Now, you already know, Queen, I'm going to be on it tomorrow. I'm emailing everybody with a pulse from the mayor on down to say, hey, this is a constant issue. Hey, this is a constant problem. That's how you get change. That's how you get change. You call everybody that's in power to something to say, hey, this is what's been going on. We want something done. Call the news. Exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to call everybody and their mama till somebody say, okay, we need to stop doing this. That's how you get change. But as far as somebody walking out here wanting to kill people, you don't have no control over that. That you don't have any control over. Somebody's mad at the world. Somebody's mad at the U.S. You want to kill everybody in the U.S. over American government? Well, I don't work at the White House. I'm not chief of staff. I'm not the vice president, president. I'm not a U.S. secretary. I'm not none of those things. I'm just a regular old black woman trying to live. And that's what a lot of foreign people need to understand. That's what a lot of Americans need to understand. You're mad and angry because shit ain't going your way. You're mad because you had to pay taxes. You're mad because you're behind on your mortgage. You're mad because your mortgage is too high. So now you want to go shoot up everybody. You're mad because somebody don't want to be with you. Well, join the I'm Mad Club. Okay? That's the point. You can't construct a mind. We have a lot of people who are mentally ill. That's another problem we have in America. A lot of people are ill and they don't have any business being alone with a car, an apartment, a house, a key to a door. What's the remedy? 1, you can't make an adult take medicine. 2, you can't make them go get counseling. 3, we don't have anywhere to house the mentally ill. No more big institutions to house the criminally insane. And that's a problem Knoxville has. A lot of transient people walking around. Am I tired of looking at the people? Yes, I am. Now, that could be considered racial discriminatory, but that's where I'm at. Tired of looking at all these people walking around. 50,000 bags of luggage. Stepping over you, littering, loitering. What can you do about it? It's a city's problem. It's not an Angela problem. But when you allow them to come in, they're destroying shit, they're mentally ill, they're violent, now we have a problem. Now it's a us problem. Okay? It's a us problem. But that's the point. I can't save the world. I can't tell our government, state government, hey, you need to build a hospital for the mentally insane, criminally insane. They have to do that. They have to budget and say, yeah, we have a transient problem. We have people who are ill that shouldn't be walking around. We have people ill who don't need to be given apartments. And that's something that all these agencies and people who rent to people, HUD offices, all of that. See, I can go on and on. That's my point. Stop giving ill people keys to apartments, houses. So that's my point, you see. The buck has to stop somewhere. And as you see, yes, the times are getting worse and worse, and people are just allowing people to just walk around and do whatever the fuck they want to do. And that's when we start acting out. Because we get pissed off, get upset, and now we're starting to talk crazy, cuss, act a fool, and now next thing you know, we're acting like this terrorist. That's why I said you don't want to become that guy. Because you let the weight of the world get on your shoulder. I could act up too, but as I was sitting here listening to this commentary, I was sitting here in deep thought, trying not to think about the situation here at the building. The power outage and messing up everything. Because what I said is I'm gonna let God take care of it because it's out of my control. I don't have control of the situation. So I gotta let God work it out. But know when tomorrow comes, I'm on the horn and emailing everybody with a pulse. And somebody will hear Queen roar. Oh, you can believe that. That's how you get change. To see what they're thinking is, we'll just let it slide. They don't care. They should know it costs them money to send out KUB to exact the problem that they have allowed others to cause. Now you see where I'm going? So that's the thing. Certain things you might be able to counteract, but this type of situation, you can't control his mind. You can't control this thing born here in the US, following ISIS or whomever he's following, and decides he wants to kill some innocent people in New Orleans. And then look where he traveled, all the way down here from Texas. Why are you going to New Orleans? I'm not trying to condone killing anybody, but you went down there, why? Oh, couldn't do it in New York. You couldn't do it in New York. So you said, well, I'll go to New Orleans. That's closer. Texas and New Orleans are close. Louisiana and Texas are neighboring states. I'll just go on down to New Orleans, have me a little fun. I ain't going to New York. New York's too far, and I don't think I'd be able to get this big old truck through those streets. I'll go down to New Orleans. They ain't got nothing but them little TikTok bollards. I could jump right over those. And you did so. How long was it planned? I don't know. We will see. We will see. I don't know what's going on here. It's still buffering.
We have a plan. We know what to do. We are going to get these people. There is a path forward. Very pleased that we will be back to have a wonderful game tomorrow night. New Orleans police have proven their ability to make the city safer. Just 2 years ago, we were the murder capital of America. Today, from that time 2 years ago, we have driven our murder rate more than 50% down. So we have a track record. But this is different because it's terrorism. Now, I want to thank all of our law enforcement partners. You're fabulous, and we appreciate the partnership. But last night, 3 of our officers engaged this terrorist who shot at them. 3 of the officers returned fire. Those officers did not run in fear. I liked what the mayor said this morning. New Orleans police and all law enforcement is built. We are built for dealing with evil, with things that would cause others to be in fear, but instead our officers, and last night NOPD in particular, stood strong. They did not run. They did kill the terrorist. We have 2 officers indeed who received gunfire. They will be okay, and we have personally gone to see them. But this is leadership for you. And I promise, as the chief of police of this fantastic city, that I will be strong and firm and fearless. Thank you.
Thank you. In wrapping it up, I want to just close with a couple of things. I want to thank Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter. I want to thank again all of our law enforcement officers out there. I want the families of the victims to know that I will be issuing an executive order that tomorrow, when Notre Dame plays Georgia, every flag of every state building in this state is going to be at half-mast. In remembrance of them, but remembering something else. That fear in this state is a liar. And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served. And for the citizens out there that were saying, well, man, do I really want to go to the Sugar Bowl tomorrow? I tell you one thing, your governor's going to be there. That is proof, believe you me, that that facility in this city is safer today than it was yesterday. And as we come to additional events in this city, I know in speaking with Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter, and FBI, acting director, and the incoming administration, that they are going to ensure that this city has the resources necessary to protect our citizens and our guests. And so with that, we'll take some questions.
All right, if you could, we'll start over here with CBS. Katie, we'll work our way across the room. If I miss you, just give me a holler. I may not see you. Go ahead, Katie.
Thank you, sir. Katie Royce with CBS News. I mean, I think this has been a really tough day for a lot of people, but at this point, we're hearing that the death toll, according to some FBI sources, has gone up to 15. Is this true?
Who wants to answer?
I can speak to it, I guess, unless you have a final number. We do not have a final number. We have confirmed 10, but we did have people who had been transported who were in critical condition. And so I do not know that, but I can confirm 10.
And one quick follow-up question, if I may. We know that there have been some local records in Texas about a misdemeanor background on this suspect. Any signs or warnings ahead of time about this person or their plans for what happened this morning?
Because that is the investigation part, I will give the FBI.
At this time, we cannot go into details about the subject's history. What I can tell you, the person was an Army veteran. We believe he was honorary discharge, but we're working through this process, figuring out all this information. The goal with the FBI is providing with the most accurate and complete information. So once that information is confirmed, we'll make sure we push that out. Thank you.
Ariel. At this time, do you know exactly, as far as the victims, how many are from here in Louisiana versus out of state and their ages maybe?
At this time, I can't go into details about all the victims. We want to make sure first that the family is notified appropriately before we put any information out there. So once the families are all notified, then we'll go ahead and release a statement to everyone.
And I would ask the press, in relation to the victims and those that are in hospital, if we could just refrain from worrying about them so their loved ones can take care of them, and the medical personnel that are trying to get them out of the hospital can do so. And as information becomes available, we want to respect the privacy of those who are still either fighting for their lives or being cared for. Thank you.
A follow-up, if I may.
Go ahead.
You guys mentioned accomplices. You don't think that the suspect acted alone. About how many more suspects are you guys looking into at this point?
It's a range of suspects. Right now with the FBI, we do not run a rule anything else. So that's why we're asking if anyone has had any interaction with the deceased subject, Jabbar, in the last 72 hours, provide that with this information. You can provide us that information through 1-800-CALL-FBI or our digital tips line, which is available on our social media website, as well as the big FBI website.
Can I say something, Erica? Tell me who you're with. WDSU. Okay, and CBS.
NBC's over here on the right.
Oh, that's an unusual position.
Listen to him.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't.
He's feisty.
I'm not going to be able to answer those questions. Okay, they will eventually. I promise you. Okay, once the FBI has a chance to investigate all this, along working with state police, working with Homeland Security, working with the city of New Orleans, they're going to tell you what happened. I can promise you that, or I'm going to raise fresh hell. But right now, they're in the process of trying to catch the other bad guys. And I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt for a while. 26.
Yeah, I had a question about the victims. I know there was obviously gunfire exchange, so I guess how many victims were shot and then how many were injured?
Look, again, let me reiterate both Special Agent Duncan and Senator Kenny. There's a lot of, I get that y'all want to know minute details. What we don't want to do is impede this investigation or spend any time talking about things that don't get us closer to hunting these folks down and securing the city. And so at a particular point in time, we will release as much information as we can. But at this time, in relation to the investigation, I would ask y'all to refrain from those.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to just have more of the same as the, we're going to provide that information. But we're going to wrap the press conference now. Hold on. If all of the questions are more of the same, what the governor just said in position, we won't be doing that to provide that information. If you have a quick different question, then let's do that quickly and move on. Okay?
My question.
Boy, they arguing.
Who was next? We had over here.
Hi, Rachel Wolfson, the Wall Street Journal. You said you are confident there are multiple suspects involved. What makes you confident in that?
Well, like, why would we tell you that? Again, look, we want to answer pertinent questions. but anything that would lead to impeding or endangering this investigation is not going to be said, okay? And we will, as information unfolds, this is a very fluid process. And remember something too, we're doing two things. We're hunting some bad people down and we're securing the city too. We're getting ready for a Sugar Bowl tomorrow. So if y'all would, again, if you have questions regarding Sugar Bowl, the safety of the city, or something to that effect, we're happy to answer.
Over here.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Alyssa.
Usually in parts of the French Quarter, specifically in parts of Bourbon Street, there are bollards. We're hearing that some of those may have been down because of repairs. Can you speak to that? And maybe was there any backup option of putting a truck there or NOPD car there?
Well, let me tell you, yeah, one, I'm gonna let the mayor answer. I want you to know that's one of the first things I thought of this morning when the mayor called me. Okay, and I will tell you that whatever the problem was is going to be solved.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor, and thank you for the question. I do understand that it's been on your radar since this morning. As it relates to the
Governor,
bollards
Senator.
on Bourbon Street,
Lord.
over 10 years ago, excuse me, okay, over 10 years ago, the city of New Orleans implemented an infrastructure project placing bollards on Bourbon Street. Shortly thereafter, the malfunctions of those bollards ensued, from Mardi Gras beads on down. But the New Orleans Police Department, of course, deemed them inefficient because they did not operate the way that they were
Tears,
intended
honey.
to do. Because the city of New Orleans is hosting Super Bowl this year, it gave the city of New Orleans an opportunity to go further and deeper with infrastructure improvements, as we've been talking about. So as a result of that, we were able to build in bollard replacement into our Super Bowl infrastructure package. And because of that, the city of New Orleans has moved forward with that infrastructure that is nearing completion. Bollards were not up because they are near completion, with the expectation of being completed, of course, by Super Bowl, way before Super Bowl. But
Well,
that is the reason. Now, the New Orleans Police Department.
So this other report, this other channel that I'm watching at the same time while I'm watching this is News 4. It is saying the bollards were not up, as she is saying here, the mayor. And my thing is, the bollards, I don't think would have stopped him from doing what he did. They're not, secure. They're just little metal gates that you bolt down into the ground, but they can be knocked over with a truck, heavy artillery, a heavy truck. So he would have bolted through those with no problem. Just saying. He saw an avenue. He saw a way through. That was his way through. And I think bollards or not, he would have knocked them down. As I said, I've Googled what they look like. They're just a little metal gates that you screw. You nail them down to the ground, but they're not foolproof. You can go straight through them. So, it is what it is. He exacted this crime. What you're going to have to find out is how long he planned it and who else is in cahoots, who aided him. Obviously, you all believe somebody else aided him, had help. Where are those people? Where are those people? Did he put all those little devices out in the city on his own? He walked through, set the devices somewhere, or drove somewhere, pulled up, sat it out in his truck, then jumped back in the truck. What's the 411?
Department in Chief, you can speak to the deployment to respond to our needs and existing conditions.
All right, so we have been aware of the bollard situation for a long time, and we did indeed harden those target areas where the bollards are. We have patrol cars, so hard target, as well as with barriers. Now, I want to share with y'all, if you did not know, that this particular terrorist drove around onto the sidewalk and got around the hard target, where he did have a car there, we had barriers there, we had officers there, and they still got around. Now, the wedges that you see out there as well, we knew that that had malfunction problems. And I want you to understand, let's say we put the wedge up and it got stuck. There is no way that ambulances could get in or out, people couldn't get in and out. So we knew that these were malfunction. So we did indeed have a plan, but the terrorists defeated it.
So what are the wedges she's speaking of? Are those concrete barriers she's speaking of, the wedges? What are the wedges exactly? Because she said they would get stuck. So if something got stuck, it'd have to be heavy to get stuck. So I'm wondering if she's talking about the concrete barriers.
A follow-up, if I may.
Let me just say this. We recognize we got a problem here, right?
Lord of mercy.
We're gonna fix it.
Yeah, y'all got some problems.
It is going to be a top priority as we go into the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras.
And everywhere
And
else.
the solution that we're gonna come up with is gonna be a permanent one. It's gonna be placed into the standard operating procedure of having major events and securing that quarter.
A follow-up, if I may. Obviously, sure we'll postpone until tomorrow, but I'm sure after that game, a lot of people are going to want to celebrate. Are there plans to keep Bourbon Street closed? What does that look like?
So right now, Bourbon Street is an active crime scene, and the FBI is in charge of it. When they clear it, and it does not become an active crime scene anymore, we're going to open it up.
Can we ask about this military police presence that you want to call it? Is this a private security like Blackwater? Also, would that be a first that a private security firm is mobilized to supplement local and state law enforcement?
No. We're not. This is our national guard. These are our citizens that we bring in. It's a military police company that we recognize. We need some more resources. We need some more boots on the ground because, again, what we're doing now is twofold. We've got an active investigation and we've got enhanced security. Before this event, we were just enhancing and working on security. So we brought some in.
Here we go. You know, the Queen always likes to give an example in case nobody understands what's going on. These are examples of wedges for barriers. Okay, look very closely. This is what she's speaking of that could have gotten stuck. Okay? If they had these up. So there's different kinds, just in case you're curious, because I was. Okay? Well, could you run them? Depending on what kind they are, you look like you still could knock them over. Even with a metal base. So let's read on that for just a second. A wedge barrier is a type of active vehicle barrier that sits in a flush position with the surface of the pavement and upon deployment rises to a locked position, forming a wedge shape to block oncoming traffic. A wedge is sometimes called a finger or a plate. Well, let's see what one would do, in case you all are curious. Did you see that? That would have stopped the truck. That type of barrier. That's a steel one. Look like it's embedded in the ground, but that's also dirt where they are with that one. Here's another type of barrier, in case you're curious. So they would have to have a lot of those blocking the street so no one could get through by vehicle. Wow, look at that. That crushed that whole truck in half. So obviously that's metal. If you can see how it splits the truck in half. Good information. So that's what you need in front of the street. In case a car decides they want to infiltrate the street, this will crush the vehicle in half. Very good demonstration. Won't be going anywhere. Now you see the windshield is broken out of the truck. Just a demonstration, demonstration. This is what the chief of police was talking about as far as having a wedge. But if this is the kind she's talking about, she says it could have gotten stuck. She must be talking about a different type of wedge because I think they have different types as I showed you. But this is what you need for the street. The kind that would destroy an automobile. Several of them. Block the entire street. I'm sure they're very expensive.
Additional resources.
Jesse Kurz with NBC News. Thank you for holding the press briefing. I just want to clarify something first. You were just talking about bollards that are being repaired. Talk about a lift gate that are replaced and then a lift gate that's not been working. Was there a vehicle in place of that lift gate last night? Were there things in place of those bollards which are being repaired?
Sure.
Let's look at some more type of gates for security measures. Fold the entire vehicle in the front. Break it down, windshield crash. They're going to have to start building these type of devices for blocking the street off. It will tear the car in two. As you see, the car is dismantled. This is your best bet to deter a raving lunatic with a vehicle. Stay woke. See, another barrier, concrete and metal. So there are all type of wedges and barriers you can use to keep a vehicle from going into oncoming traffic on streets. Good information. Well, I already know they don't have these kind because this is a lot to do. They're heavy. For one, you got to spend money on this type. I mean, those bollards cost. Knoxville bought some just recently for downtown, and they look rickety. The little silver, what I call little fencing. All you're doing is bolting them down to the ground with a metal screw. But any type of car could run through them. You know, average car could run straight through those silver bollards. I'm just showing you different type of mechanisms that can be used to stop a car from going into people and buildings. These type of devices could definitely stop a moving car or truck. Okay? Just giving you different barriers that could be used. Now look at that. Look at all the dirt moved by this car, truck. Now, naturally, if you were driving something like a semi-truck, it could push through a lot of dirt. But see, this is going through one with dirt. I doubt they would put anything like that on a public street. It's a bit extreme. Very extreme. All right, everybody. Just giving you examples.
Sure, the chief spoke to the plan in place, and that is, yes. That was indeed.
So anything that is currently in the midst of being repaired had a backup replacement?
It had vehicles and officers were there where all of those ballasts have been. We had renewed. So we did have it. And like I said, and this went all the way around up onto the sidewalk. And
was there a vehicle like backing in and out to block that liftgate area, or was that just down and open? That's what we were with.
Chief, Captain. The reason I'm calling the captain, he's the captain over that district, and that is a question I'm going to let him address for you.
Everybody, I'm Captain LaJean Roberts of the 8th District. Yes, we did have a vehicle strategically placed right in front of the wedge, preventing access onto the roadway.
And in terms of the framework of security,
yes, Texas.
On Bourbon Street, I know this is an ongoing project of improvement, but with how that was all aligned, was someone getting up on a sidewalk considered impossible or nearly impossible, or was this not something you expected you would have to account for?
Of course, it wasn't something we expected to account for. The bollards they're actually wedges. They're strategically placed 5 locations throughout the French Quarter on the roadway. This particular terrorist.
Right there is what they're using. That's nothing.
To gain access to the 100 block of Bourbon Street.
Nope, nobody's going to care about those little things if they're one exact harm.
Okay. All right, look. We can go on what ifs forever, but this is evil. And that guy could have easily gone down the sidewalk of Canal Street. Where there was
That's what you need.
there as well.
Those type of posts like that.
That's right. You're right. Right.
Something to tear the truck or car into. That's what you
I
need.
said earlier, that where there are defects in this system, we are going to be transparent, and we are going to address them with the city and make sure that we fill those gaps as best we can. Yeah.
Chelsea Grayson with Axios. I have a question just about sort of ongoing public safety today. Special Agent mentioned 2 possible IEDs. Were those in the same location? Should residents in the French Quarter or elsewhere be concerned about potential other situations?
The 2 IEDs that were in different locations.
Yeah, they're going to have to change the protocol. That's all.
Safe partners.
They're going to have to buy some boulders
To identify any
like those I just showed you.
And we have not. However, as I said before, if the public sees something, please reach out to us. That way we can go through and verify that we did not miss anything. But we conducted initial sweeps, I think, starting shortly after our initial
Yes, I'm going to thank you, Agent. I do want to share that we have a plan and we have been implementing that plan. One of those plans is that we have swept all of these areas. The word swept means we have.
Now, let me say this before she finishes about the IEDs. The downside of the things that I showed you as far as those major wedges, which would be very expensive, worst case scenario, which like today, this morning, ambulance, somebody's got to be able to get in, deliveries, things like that. So that's where there's a problem. No access streets. Somebody still could go in the business, get hurt, need an ambulance. Now how's the ambulance going to get in to get the person? That means they got to now walk down a block, or depending how long the street is, to carry a gurney, stay woke, every minute counts, to go into a business with a gurney to get the person out or on the street, and then make their way down the street or sidewalk with a gurney, and then I guess around the corner wherever the ambulance would be. So that would still be a problem in case of an emergency, if a person gets sick, shot, shootout, whatever. So see, that's the thing. There's always going to be a way. There's going to be a malfunction or a problem. Even if they put these heavy barriers on the street, block them off, you have to think of a worst case scenario of an ambulance needing to get in there. You got those boulders. You're trying to keep out a crazy person like this Jabbar guy, but how's the ambulance going to get in there? See, you always got to think about that. Worst scenario, now these people got to push a gurney down the street to the business or location of the injured person. That would be more chaotic, because time will be of the essence trying to save a life. So even with the suggestions of heavier barriers, ambulance get through. Because if no car can get through, that means an ambulance truck can't get through either. So it's still a problem. Still a problem. So imagine somebody was having a shootout and you had 10, 15 people lying on the ground. Now the ambulance people got to run down the street with gurneys to get to the people. You see, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. It's the human mind is where we have the problem. You can't control the human mind.
We have put officers out there as a grid, walking down the streets, every street in the French Quarter, looking for suspicious packages, bags, ice chests, you name it. And they have been walking it as a grid. We've been doing the same thing on Poitras and all the accesses into the Superdome. Part of the safety plan is we have bomb dogs out there sweeping the Superdome and all the exterior area, and we're locking that down.
that will be locked down through the game tomorrow. So that's a part of that safety plan, and we've already been implementing it.
Okay, thank you all for
Yep.
coming out.
Question back here for the governor on the MPs. How many MPs will be deployed to the war?
Right now, there's I think it's a General Freelo, 100, and, yeah. All right, thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
What gives you the confidence tomorrow night it'll be safe, right?
I'm gonna be there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's rough. That was an early press conference, everybody. I was buffering bad, so get all that out.
I'm Katie Moore. And just to recap quickly, this is a news conference with a number of investigative agencies after this terrorist attack that happened in the French Quarter early this morning. Some of the high points of new information that we received out of this press conference. First, the FBI says they do not believe that this suspect acted alone. This 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar, they do not believe that he acted alone in this, and they are actively searching for other suspects and potential connections that he may have had. That is new information. Additionally, he was a U.S. Army veteran. Now, the FBI did say in this press conference that they believe that they're trying to figure out whether or not he was honorably or dishonorably discharged from the Army, but that is something that they're a lead that they're continuing to follow. In addition, they confirmed that 2 IEDs have been found and neutralized around the French Quarter and New Orleans. That is the number that we have at this point. Investigative reporter, Chief Investigator David Hammer with me here. We were thinking it may have been more than that earlier today, but now the FBI is saying that there have been 2 found.
That there were 2 IEDs, additional IEDs found and rendered safe. That's specifically what the Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Alicia Duncan, said at the press conference. But that doesn't mean that there weren't others that could potentially have been IEDs, and we know that there were at least 2 additional charges when they were looking at suspicious packages along Bourbon Street and at the Jack's Brewery.
Okay, so we don't know if those were actual IEDs. We just know that they were suspicious packages and that they were fully investigated. The FBI said they're continuing.
And go back there. He said something about a brewery.
He did it.
A follow-up, if I may.
Safety plan, and we've
declared a state of emergency in order to get additional resources, and on top of that, he's deploying these additional 100 military police for the safety of the community and potentially for this ongoing investigation.
Now we want to talk about the bollards, and those are big poles basically that come out of the ground in order to secure that entrance to the street. There are a couple of locations where those were installed, 10 years ago. They are under repair at the moment. Mayor LaToya Cantrell said at the press conference today, after she was asked about this, that they're under repair and they're part of the infrastructure package that they are, conducting right now for the Super Bowl that's coming. And they are expected to be completed by the Super Bowl. But in the meantime, the NOPD has been deploying police units to block that intersection. And we do have some surveillance footage that was taken by.
Well, that's not going to matter. Somebody can run into the police.
See the white truck there that's in this footage. That is the truck that is allegedly tied to this mass casualty.
Wow.
NOPD cruiser right there on your screen. The truck approaches that cruiser, turns around the NOPD cruiser onto Bourbon Street, and just hits the gas. This was just a terrifying scene. When you watch this and you can kind of see it unfolding.
And I think it is important to point out that Chief Andrew Patrick says that this vehicle
tinted windows
sidewalk in order to get around these barricades or makeshift barricades in the absence of the bollards. So then the question becomes, would the bollards have stopped this truck if they had been in place?
Not heavy ones, no.
Other question here is, why were the bollards out at this time when we knew that there was going to be a huge pedestrian event on Bourbon Street for New Year's Eve and for the...
Very good question. People go to Bourbon Street, Canal Street all year long. New Orleans is a tourist city. So that's a very good question. Why you didn't have these bollards in place in the first place? It's a very good question. You have football, college game, NFL coming up. You have New Year's Eve, just one thing after the other, which requires safety precautions. People gathering, people are drinking. It's common sense. Different people celebrated New Year's Eve in their city as they normally do. So naturally, the people flocked down there, because I was thinking this morning, I was kind of groggy, and I was thinking to myself, why is somebody running down there, mowing people down? And then I had to think, oh yeah, big gathering New Year's Eve. My mind was so gone from so much going on here at this building, I couldn't even think straight this morning. So it was pre-planned, whether it was a day ago, 5 days ago, whatever. The point is, that's a very good question. You know what the city entails. You're in a tourist city. So whether it's any day of the week, New Year's Eve or not, Christmas or not, Thanksgiving or not, football game or not, Sugar Bowl or not, NFL or not, you are a tourist city. So you should have protocol. Okay? Protocol needs to be implemented. Now, imagine a few police cars. His truck, it wasn't a real big truck. It wouldn't have been able to move other metal cars or fiberglass cars, because his motive is to kill people and mow them down. So he already knows, I'm not going to crash this truck into police cars. That would make no sense. I've got to go around the cars. Okay? So he went around, jumped the sidewalk, then back onto the street, mow the people down. But something's got to give, as they say. Can't go back. Hindsight is 20/20. You've got to come up with a remedy. But as I said before, the more money you spend on wedges, devices to try to keep the cars out, you still got to count if there's an accident such as what happened here. Even if the truck can't get on the street to kill people, hurt them, you still got to think of if there's a shootout, stabbing, whatever. Ambulance needs to get onto the street, the sidewalk. They can't drive down it because you've got heavy devices blocking the street, if indeed that's what you decide to use. So the people got to now go on foot to get to the people. Okay? All right, you all. Stop the nonsense in the chat now. What is crazy is he was born in America, okay? Born in America, 42 years old, also served in our U.S. military, and this is how you would repay America. You didn't move here at 12, you didn't move here at 22, you didn't move here at 30, decide, oh, I don't like America. As I said before, you come here from somewhere else, China, Iraq, Iran, Africa, Italy, UK, wherever you come from, you get here and you don't like it, you can gladly reboard a plane and go back home. That's anybody. If I go down to an island, I go to Europe, I go to the UK, I don't like how they run things over there. I can gladly get my happy ASS onto a plane and fly back to America. That's the point. This joker was born here, foreign name, probably, foreign parents, assuming, I don't know if they came from abroad or were born here either, but you were born here, went to school here, you've lived your whole life in America, assumingly, except for being in the military. And like they say, they're going to check to see if he was honorably discharged or not. You just woke up one day and said, I'm going to follow ISIS, but I'm an American citizen. And we have had some Americans, white, black, whomever, who have joined ISIS, Al-Qaeda, whomever, and you have paid a stiff penalty by following them because they give you jail time. A lot of jail time.
With the Sugar Bowl coming the next day, that there was going to be huge crowds on Bourbon Street. That would be the exact time when you would want to have the bollards up to make sure that there was no vehicle traffic getting onto Bourbon Street. The question then becomes, would it have been
shooting out the window?
We heard Mayor Cantrell that they were deemed inefficient and therefore did not work the way they were supposed to. And that's what they were trying to correct with this update. What we've heard.
Okay, so the mayor is saying the reason why the bollards were not up, they were deemed inefficient, I guess, for what they wanted to use them for. And as you see, nothing up there of relevance helped because he got through. Because that's the way it is. If a person wants to get through, they will. He could have easily walked down the street with a rifle and just started shooting people. But he knew he could get more people in the car. High speed, people are in the street. Hell yeah, you can get to more people. Just start running them over. He knows in this truck I'm covered until somebody decides to pull out a weapon and start shooting at me. So he's already mowed down people before there's even a shootout. It led to he was shooting out of the window, which I find very interesting. He's driving a car, mowing people down and shooting out the window, shot at the police. They shot back. They're claiming their weapons killed him, Mr. Jabbar. Where is his family? Who are they? Parents together? Well, what is his blueprint? What has he left on social media? IG, Facebook, X, rant, raving. When did he become an ISIS follower? Is he an ISIS member? Is all this accurate? What is the truth? Any other cohorts? Where are they? Why does the government believe others are involved? Did Mr. Jabbar leave a manifesto behind? Wow, wow, wow. This is a hot button. This is bad. This is bad.
Of course, from Michael Heck from GNO Inc. over these many months, as he's been trying to coordinate or deal with infrastructure issues, is why are these things 6 months out, and now as we get even closer, 1 month out from the Super Bowl, not getting done earlier? And so the question is, why were we all the way up to New Year's Eve and still dealing with these bollards problems?
Yeah, you asked Helena Moreno, the city council president, obviously running for mayor this morning. David asked her about this very thing. And what she said was, we, including Freddie King, the council member from that district, have been pushing to get these fixed sooner. They should have been fixed a long time ago, were her words this morning. So this is obviously something that's been on the radar of our tourism, our business, and our elected officials, because the bollards apparently have not been functioning properly. I think what they have said is that there was a lot of debris in the holes that the bollards go down into, Mardi Gras beads, all that stuff that you see on Bourbon Street when you walk around at night ends up in those crevices. And so,
well, you should have cleaned them out. You've had all year to clean them out. Makes no sense.
And again, these are 10-year-old pieces of equipment. They can have these issues, but then the question becomes, why is it now still being dealt with, as we see in other infrastructure projects around the city, are still being dealt with at this point, this late in the
well,
game.
you all have issues.
And the Super Bowl, which
somebody, the city government needs to be revamped. Whatever they're doing with their monies.
This is part of the infrastructure package that received a big chunk of money from the state in order to carry out a lot of these infrastructure projects around the Superdome, in the quarter, in the areas where, you know, the most work needs to be done and done quickly in order to host the Super Bowl. So they're you know, shining the parts of the city that need to shine.
Right, and 10 years ago when the bollards were implemented, that was part of a Homeland Security project that was funded by the federal government specifically for this kind of safety precaution. So, you know, whether they would have been effective in stopping this truck is a separate question, but it is a fair question, and you see the defensiveness from both the governor and the mayor in terms of how this was handled when our Alyssa Curtis asked the question about why they were not functional at the time.
Yes, absolutely. Now, we did hear from the FBI that they are continuing to try and find additional suspects who may have been tied to this suspected terrorist this morning. Whether or not he acted alone is something that the FBI has very clearly stated that they do not believe that he did. Now, Jeff Landry was asked by reporters at the press conference why they think he did not act alone. And of course, they wouldn't answer that question. It's part of an ongoing investigation that is very active and involves not only the NOPD, but our Homeland Security agencies, the FBI, and federal resources. So it's something that's very active at the
And we
moment.
did hear from both Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter calling on these officials to get going and find the additional people that may be involved here, because this could still cause safety concerns for big events as we move forward if they're not located, those additional suspects, potential suspects.
Now, the FBI has also said in a statement earlier today that they released that this suspect had an ISIS flag tied to the truck. And they're trying to figure out what his ties may have been to any sort of international terrorist organization. They're not confirming that he was necessarily a member. I think that's something they're still really looking into right now, is to try and figure out what his ties are, if any, to any sort of international terrorist organization. And that is a very important distinction in terms of our national security, in terms of the federal response to this. Very, very burning question.
And if this is a military veteran, as we heard from the assistant special agent in charge from the FBI that he is, then was he radicalized? How was he radicalized? These are all things that are going to go into the investigation. We're gathering information as we speak about Shamsuddin Jabbar and what we can find out about him, other than that he's from Texas and that we've found some information about him, and we're trying to trace that down right now. But we need to be careful, just as the law enforcement do, in terms of providing information before we can absolutely positively verify that it's true.
I know that our sister stations have confirmed, our sister station in Houston has confirmed that he lived in the Houston area. And so that is one thing that we know about this suspect, Shamsuddin Jabbar. And again, the FBI is trying to nail down exactly what his ties may have been to any terrorist organization, what his motives may have been, especially given that he is a U.S. Army veteran. Now,
let the Queen give you some information pertaining to Mr. Jabbar. Thank you for joining me. Welcome to the Vault XL. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $Beganji 129 Cash App. Stickers and chats are welcome during the live stream. This is uploaded at 2:47 Eastern Standard Time. 10 people deceased, 30 injured on Bourbon Street. Jabbar is 42 from Texas, according to law officials. Served in the military, began to emerge on social media in a video showing a man by the same name discussing his military experience in a 2020 YouTube post. In the video, the man said he was from Beaumont, Texas, but now lives in Houston and spent 10 years as a human resources and IT specialist in the U.S. Army. While the man has the same name, is from the same state as the suspect, law enforcement has not confirmed they are the same person and has not yet made any comment on whether Jabbar served in the military. So they're still gathering information, but this is what's been gathered, I'm sure, by the news network. So did he serve in the Army? Is he this IT specialist, human resource person, past tense, born in America, 42? What happened to this guy if all this information is accurate? The Associated Press reported, citing an intelligence bulletin, that the FBI reviewed surveillance footage allegedly showing 3 men and a woman placing an improvised explosive device in the New Orleans French Quarter. That is the evidence of the cohorts. They have identified people by video placing the devices in the French Quarter. This is not good. 3 men and a woman. So are we now talking about 5 people minus 1 deceased in this debacle? Sweet Jesus. 3 men and a woman. What were they wearing? The 3 men and the woman. Hoodies, mask, ski mask, regular clothes. What did these individuals have on? The public is being asked to avoid Bourbon Street, north from Canal to Dumaine Street, and east to Royal Street, and west to Dauphine Street until further notice. If you have any information pertaining to this attack, please call the New Orleans FBI 504-816-3000 or email your tips at lowercase fbi.gov. So this is how they know he had help. They have them on video, putting down the devices. This is bad, bad, bad. Because who are they and where are they? Checkmate. Sweet Jesus. Are they from Texas? Number one. How did they know Mr. Jabbar? Friends, associates, any of them been in the military? Anybody new to the country? Anybody on an Al-Qaeda list? Born in America, not from America, just came to America, visiting America? Age group, nationality. Lots of questions. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow.
We have had crews all across the metro area this morning trying to cover this. This is a massive situation that's been going on. Amelia Strahan is joining us now. She was in the French Quarter. It looks like she still is at this hour. Amelia, what's the latest from where you are?
Yeah, I'm still here in the quarter, and as you can see, they're still actively investigating the scene. Now, we just heard from local and federal law enforcement who brought us some new updates. They say they are investigating this as an act of terrorism, and they don't think the suspect acted alone. They also said they located multiple potential IEDs here in the quarter. I'm going to step aside, actually, so you can get an update of the scene. You can see there is a large black truck over there. They've put up a tarp. What's going on behind that tarp, we aren't sure. Like I said, it's still an active scene. Law enforcement has quite the perimeter, a lot blocked off over here, so we're not sure exactly what's happening, but there is a tarp. Seems to be concealing whatever is going on the other side. Now, the FBI says they're working to see, if there's any potential terrorist affiliation, because we know an ISIS flag was found on the suspect's white pickup truck. So, like you mentioned, a lot of questions around, how widespread is this threat? We've learned more about the victims in last night's attack. We know that Nikira Dito, a Mississippi teen, has been identified by our partners at NOLA.com. The University of Georgia also tweeted saying a Georgia student was injured in the attack and he is in critical condition. As you can see, there's you can hear a lot of traffic with these streets blocked off. We know now the Sugar Bowl also has been postponed until tomorrow, so many people are, rightfully expressing concern over, are they safe out here? But like you can see, a very heavy law enforcement presence. We also have confirmed another victim. That would be Tiger Beach. We're still learning more. We've told you guys, we're updating every few minutes. There are 10 people confirmed dead, 30 injured. So definitely a devastating day here in the city of New Orleans.
Queen's done a little digging. Let's see if this is the person accused of the attack. Hold on one second, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Welcome to the Vault XL. If I can get this volume up.
I'm property manager with Blue Metal Properties and team lead at the Midas Group at Core Realty. I just want to say hello and let you know a little bit about me. So I'm born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and now live in Houston. And I've been here all my life, with the exception of traveling for the military, where I spent 10 years as a human resources specialist and IT specialist, where I learned the meaning of great service and what it means to be responsive and take everything seriously, dotting I's and crossing T's to make sure that things go off without a hitch. So I've taken those skills and applied them to my career as a real estate agent, where I feel like what really sets me apart from other agents is my ability to be able to, one, be a fierce negotiator. So not only do I brilliantly market your property to make sure it gets sold as quickly as possible or gets leased as quickly as possible, but I'm also going to take every ounce of energy and putting it into negotiating for you and for your property to get the best deal that you can possibly get for it. So once we get to the closing table, all the I's are going to be dotted, All the T's are going to be crossed. Everything's going to go off without a hitch. And that is my word that I'm giving to you as your real estate agent. So if that's the type of agent you're looking for, reach out to me. You see my phone number on the page. If not, it's 832-774-9718. Give me a call. And even if you don't want to have me as your agent, call me with any questions you may have. So even if you're a first-time home buyer or you're an experienced real estate investor and you're just looking for somebody to help you with doing some analysis on some properties that you're looking at, either way, give me a call. I'm glad to help anytime, and I'm looking forward to talking to you.
It's a title correction, Richard.
Hey, friends out of the...
So when I listen to this man speak, Mr. Jabbar, not to be biased in accents, but he sounds African American, and many African Americans who are born here in the United States do follow the Muslim faith first and foremost, and they change their name and they give themselves a Muslim name. Is this the correct person? A black man who gave himself a Muslim name, born African American in the United States. Somebody bring the queen a receipt. Just asking. If this is not the man, I apologize. But just pulling this information up, that some people believe that this is the guy. And as I said, he sounds African American to me. And as I said, many people follow the Muslim faith of all different nationalities, black, white, Hispanic, whatever, follow the Muslim faith. They give themselves a Muslim name or appointed a Muslim name, however that goes. So is that true? Now someone's saying he has an arrest record. Welcome to the Vault XL. Shamsuddin Jabbar. What has he done? Arrest.org. Is this the deceased man who exacted the attack in New Orleans this early morning? Lord have mercy. Woo! The block is hot. Government photo. Works for the United States government. If this indeed is the same guy. Had a YouTube video 2020 talking about real estate. Yeah, it's kind of blurry. When you blow it up, it's blurry. This second photo there. Woo, mercy, mercy, mercy. Just pulling up the latest. "42 years of age, Shamsud -Din Jabbar, Jabbar, first name Shamsud. ISIS flag was located in the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations." So it was in the car. I thought it was on the outside. Well, whatever. Who is this man? Sugar Bowl has been postponed. Notre Dame, Georgia, in case you were curious. NFL to commence on the 9th of the month. February, if I'm not mistaken. It's February 9th. 15 people now deceased. Super Bowl 59. 5.5 weeks away in New Orleans. This is from the author of this page. Just bringing you the latest. What the Queen is trying to find. Somebody says this is not the guy. I work on Bourbon Street and can assure you that the FBI has identified him and released his name. I'm literally looking at a picture of his dead body on Bourbon Street. Isn't the guy? Okay. Well, New York Post has got his picture up. I don't know. Is it him? As I said, if it's not him, I apologize, but this is what I'm seeing on Facebook. I was trying to get a Facebook page. Shamsuddin Jabbar Shah. Someone said this on this guy's Facebook page. This is another guy who could be the suspect. We need confirmation on who the suspect is. They're all saying it wasn't you, but I bet it was. Even if it weren't, you motherfuckers are the ones clogging all the comment sections with fake eyewitness videos and calling folks, asking them if they have health insurance parts of A and B. Go F yourself. Wow, what the hell's that all about? Jeepers creepers. Hold on, you guys. Let me finish reading this. Somebody said you just accused an innocent man. So who is the man? So which one is it? I don't know. I don't want to be showing somebody's picture and it's not them. Well, that's the worst thing to do. Because I have no idea what the hell's going on. Sorry about that, everybody. This is one person's profile that's similar here, up there. Shamsuddin Jabbar Shah. You know, people do change their names around. If you take the DDIN off and abbreviate it, it would be Shamsuddin. Excuse me, hold on. Oh, wait 1 second, everybody. If you take the words and abbreviate them with a dash, take the Shamsuddin, put the dash in between the two D's, that'll be your Din, and then that'll be your Jabbar, and then minus the Shah. Hello, everybody. Thank you. So I don't know if it's this guy here, because his name is similar. It's just the Shamsuddin is all one word instead of a dash being between the two D's. So some people on this page, some are saying it's not the guy that I just showed you that appears to be a black man. Don't know. As I said, I apologize if it's not him. So who is it? Is it this guy here with the 77 friends? Or is this a foreign guy who lives out of the state? Who is the person? I'm curious. You never know. But somebody got that picture up for a reason. Not too many people with the same damn name. So the different people with similar names, Shamsuddin Rahu, Shams Ui Din Jawar, Shamsuddin Abdul Jabbar, United Kingdom, Shams Din Jawar lives in Kapur. Who's American? That's the point. Just looking around. A lot of similar names. If you look at all these profiles, they're all similar. If you look at the names, they're either DHEEN, DDINE. If you notice all these profiles of the foreign people, they're all similar some type of way. Either the Jabbar is at the end or the Jabbar is at the front. Very interesting. Then now Jabbar is spelled with a Jaabir. I don't even know what the hell I'm looking for. It's all right. It's no big deal. What network is it on, Rosebud? and it's the pic of the guy with the beard when you show criminal pic. Okay, so it is him. Okay, thank you, sweetheart. Some people were saying on this Facebook page it's not him. Okay, thank you, baby. One second. Still doing some looking. Same picture. Same one I showed you. Carnage from the incident, white pickup truck, gray jacket on the pole. Oh, that's a flag. Okay, so it was on the back of the truck. Okay, so here we go. Because I thought the first report said it was on the back of the truck. Last article I read to you said it was on the inside. See, every article is going to have something different. That's why we want to try to be accurate as possible. So as I always tell people, everything's about a version. So therefore, this is the flag on the back of the pole of the truck. As you can see, there's the truck, the pole's attached. There's a flag. I thought it was a jacket on the door, but I see it's on the pole. Excuse me. Pickup truck with tinted windows. Rented on an app. Mr. Diaz, you rented this truck to this man. You definitely going to be under scrutiny. Excuse me, everybody. Sorry about that. For renting this truck. There's no way I would rent my truck to someone not knowing the person and where they could end up, take my truck, burn it, dump it in a river, lake, any damn thing. Crazy. This is who the news right now is saying it is that guy. And that looks like the same guy who was in that YouTube video that I played. So is it not? Better view of the truck. In the incident, that is a pole attached to the truck. Did he put that pole on the truck or did the pole come on the truck? Curious. Carnage behind you. Officers on the scene. Very scary, scary, scary. Wow, wow, wow. ISIS flag. This is an ISIS flag, they're saying. Black flag. I do believe this is the same man, medium brown color eyes, that was in that YouTube video that I just played for you all. Crime scene. New Orleans, beautiful city. Queen was there 3.5 years ago. Didn't get to see all of the city like I wanted to, but I was downtown, Canal Street, Bourbon Street, enjoying myself to the best of my ability. Would love to go back, but Lord have mercy. What a hot mess. Lord have mercy. This is the man, allegedly, who wreaked this havoc, murdering 15, injuring 30, or so. And as I said, listening to this same man speaking that video, he sounds African American. So is that his government name? Jabbar. Shamsuddin Jabbar. Is that his government name? Pictures of the truck after crashing. Okay, Crazy Pete, thank you. Well, so far, a few entities are showing him as the suspect. It shouldn't take that long to find a person's name, because that's not an average American name. 2 hours ago, RVM News, Shamsuddin Jabbar. Just pictures from the wreckage and the debris of the incident. Things knocked over. I don't know what that is in the background. Knocked over. It's something. That black thing, I don't even know what that is. A garbage can or something. It's crazy. See, those are the little barriers. The silver thing up there. That's not enough to keep somebody from running you over. That thing is nothing. Those little bollards, they're nothing. They're not made of nothing. It's not going to stop you from someone knocking him down, killing people. Wow. Suspect deceased on the ground outside of the truck. Wow, can't believe somebody took that picture. Hello, darling. Thank you. Welcome to the Vault XL. Back tire looks low. He was a busy bee, was he not? What was the point of this? What was his problem? Who's he angry with? Everybody's mad. Everybody's got an attitude. Just bringing you the latest, everybody. Trying to understand why they're showing this picture. Not necessarily biracial. He looks black, sounds black. Of course, you got to remember there are not a lot of nationalities where people are different in their brown skin, such as Spanish people. They come dark, brown skin. But I think he's black, and he's given himself a Muslim name. As I said, many black people turn to Islam, and they give themselves a Muslim name because he sounds black in that YouTube video. This is from the balcony. The wreckage from the truck. Wow, 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 wow. Here's a more profound picture. Somebody got a real bad picture, an up-close picture of him on the ground. Wow. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Dark hair, sideburns gray. Wow. What a way to go out. Wow, wow, wow. This is a hot butter mess right here. Welcome to the Vaught Excel, everybody. Happy New Year. Prayers for New Orleans, the victims, family members, community. Thanking all law enforcement, FBI, state police, ambulatory service workers, and those working at the hospital, doctors, nurses, everyone. Thank you. There's a lot of people to contend with in area hospitals. Lord have mercy. I'll play it here in a minute, honey. Hold on one second. One second, sweetheart. Wait, gotta pull it up.
Sadeem Jabbar, property manager with Blue Meadow Properties and team lead at the Midas Group at Core Realty. I just want to say hello, let you know a little bit about me. So I'm born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, now live in Houston, and I've been here all my life. With the exception of traveling for the military, where I spent 10 years as a human resources specialist and IT specialist, where I learned the meaning of great service and what it means to be responsive and take everything seriously, dotting I's and crossing T's to make sure that things go off without a hitch. So I've taken those skills and applied them to my career as a real estate agent, where I feel like what really sets me apart from other agents is my ability to be able to, one, be a fierce negotiator. So not only do I brilliantly market your property to make sure it gets sold as quickly as possible or gets leased as quickly as possible, but I'm also going to take every ounce of energy and putting it into negotiating for you and for your property to get the best deal that you can possibly get for it. So once we get to the closing table, all the I's are going to be dotted, all the T's are going to be crossed, everything's going to go off without a hitch, and that is my word that I'm giving to you as your real estate agent. So if that's the type of agent you're looking for, reach out to me. You see my phone number on the page. If not, it's 832-774-9718. Give me a call.
Wedding ring.
And even if you don't want to have me as your agent, call me with any questions you may have. So even if you're a first-time home buyer or you're an experienced real estate investor and you're just looking for somebody to help you with doing some analysis on some properties that you're looking at, either way, give me a call. I'm glad to help anytime, and I'm looking forward to talking to you.
Mr. Jabbar.
Yes, I'm trying to reach a brother Keith Wilson, please.
Mr. Jabbar, what was your motivation, sir?
Really dark start of the year. Reporting live from the quarter, Amelia Strahan, WWL.
Motivation.
Amelia, thank you so much for your reporting. We have just received the update at 1 o'clock from the FBI, and we're starting to kind of piece together some more of this. As Amelia mentioned, we're starting to learn the identities of some more of the victims.
Yeah, we want to go to Alyssa Curtis, who asked a very pertinent question. I know that we're in the middle of this investigation with the FBI, finding out more about this suspect. But Alyssa, you talked a little bit about the protections that should have been in place already on Bourbon Street, and they did address that and where it failed. Can you tell us more about that, and tell us more about what happened today?
Yeah, they had, of course, those bollards were are usually up, but they are having some repairs right now, as you heard the mayor say, in preparation for the Super Bowl. That is part of the package of the infrastructure projects that they have been working on to get repaired in time for the Super Bowl. They say that they had barricades and an NOPD car
Thank you,
blocking
Auntie.
that intersection,
Thank you.
but they say they weren't expecting this person to come up and around the sidewalk. As we know, some of those bollards really are not on the sidewalk. They are in those streets. So they're saying this is not something that they expected. Of course, now this is just a shock to the city, but we have every single law enforcement agency, every part of government here working to get to the bottom of this. I have Attorney General here, Liz Moore, with us. Can you speak to just your initial reaction to all of this?
Well, you know, it's a terrible thing to wake up to this morning for a lot of people. And, I think my first thought was with the parents of the victims. I've got kids who've been out here and they've been on Bourbon Street on New Year's Eve and on Christmas Eve and, well, not Christmas Eve, but they've been out there on New Year's Eve. And I think that you just kind of holding your breath till everybody gets home.
Good evening. I'm Chancellor Jabbar, property manager with Blue Meadow Properties and team lead at.
And so I'm just, it's a terrible thing to wake up to, but I'm here to see whatever we can do to provide both the governor and the city.
Can you talk to the Unified Command? We've seen, this room was absolutely packed just 30 minutes ago on both ends with the press as well as just all the leaders here showing support. What does that look like as a state official? What does that look like for everyone to come together?
Well, it's a very coordinated effort to bring some people to justice. Initially, we need to secure the city. We've got a big football game that's underway with a lot of people here. We want to make sure that they are comfortable going to the game tomorrow. So there is a lot to do. At the end of the day, it was a heinous, cowardly attack. I'm confident that we are going to find all the people that were involved, and then we are all committed to doing that. And so, it's a federally run response at this point, but we still have a lot to do at the state level and the local level.
Talk a little bit about you and your office. What support does that look like? What support are you giving to this investigation?
Well, the governor's declared an emergency. So we provide support to the governor's office of Homeland Security and to the governor's office during any kind of declared emergency or disaster. So we're doing that. I have investigators and I have prosecutors in my office. And so we'll be looking at any of the support that this.
Hold on. White truck about to make a right onto Bourbon Street. He wastes no time once he turns that corner. Watch this. He jumps the curb and speeds down the street to kill these people. Then you'll see the officers and everyone start running towards the scene. I don't know, Rosebud. It's a good question. Will there be people going back for the game tomorrow? Notre Dame game, and also February for NFL. It's a good question. Very good question. Damn good question. Airports have no idea. Put it together. Decent looking 2020 video. Don't know if it was around COVID, after COVID. Well dressed, looked like he was in his own office. How do you go from that video here? Good look, mound of dirt in front of this house, shed, looks almost like a trailer. What was going on with this man? It says the last known address of Shamsuddin Jabbar, the man accused of the deadly New Year's terrorist attack in New Orleans. This home is in Northwest Houston. Police on the scene Wednesday say it was the scene of an active investigation. What happened to this man? He allegedly had an arrest record. Don't know what the crime is. I'll bring you all that information at a later date. I'll probably go live back to back to keep you abreast on the latest developments. I still need to bring you a video pertaining to Sebastian Rogers, because last week marked 10 months that the child has been missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Meant to do it last night, but the power went out, so had some difficulties. Well-dressed man living in this house here. As I said, not to be disrespectful to anybody how you live, but most people wouldn't think he'd be living here from that 2020 video I showed you a little while ago. Some type of shed or something in the front of the house. It's very peculiar. The fencing, all of this. What is all of this? The hell's going on here? Let's get down to business. 42 years of age, Shamsuddin Jabbar, resident of Texas, American-born, military allegedly. This is being investigated by the FBI as an act of terrorism. Jim Moore, who was visiting from Iowa, said he and his wife narrowly avoided being hit by the truck, described the scene as chaotic. When you watch the video closely that I played for you during this live stream, Mr. Jabbar appeared to be married at the time of that video. It looks like he was wearing a wedding ring. Was he married? Does he have children? What is his actual race at birth? African American or what? Given a Muslim name, took a Muslim name, the queen will be on it. Believe that. We saw bodies in the road very clearly deceased, says Mr. Moore. Police said Jabbar was shot and killed while exchanging gunfire with New Orleans police. 2 officers were injured during the incident, but both are in stable condition. FBI Special Agent Alethea Duncan confirmed that an improvised explosive device was found at the scene as being evaluated for potential threats. FBI also revealed that Jabbar was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to have been rented. They're trying to figure out how he came in possession of the truck. Now, I brought you earlier content that it was an app that you could go through to rent the truck. And this person, Mr. Diaz, you are, as I said, a fool to have rented your truck out to him or anybody else. Your truck is now crashed. Is at a crime scene. Hopefully you have insurance on your truck, because you have to be a fool to loan it out. What did he pay you, sir, to rent the truck? Checkmate. Asking all relevant questions. What did Mr. Diaz, Mr. Jabbar pay you, Mr. Diaz, to rent out the truck? Both of you must have been awfully desperate for money. He's desperate to kill, and you're desperate to loan out your damn truck. Stay woke. The FBI said an ISIS flag was located in the vehicle, but the terror group has not claimed responsibility for the attack. Authorities are investigating whether he had any accomplices, potential affiliations with terrorist organizations. Is he affiliated with ISIS or any other foreign group? ISIS has not took any claim for this act, or any other foreign group has taken. Did he just affiliate himself, identify with ISIS? Could that be the issue? Don't know. White House was cut off from the street by a large black iron gate. Ducks and sheep roamed the property. Police told reports the scene was the site of an active investigation. Dear God, what are they talking about? Jabbar lived in Northwest Houston. So they're talking about his house. The White House was cut from the street by a large black iron gate. Ducks and sheep roamed the property. What the hell did Jabbar have going on this property? Ducks and sheep. I'm dead. Active investigation, scene of his house. Faso Sadiqui, who lives in a Houston neighborhood, said he had not heard about the attack in New Orleans until informed by reporters. That's very wrong, and it's a threat for us too, and whoever it is, he need to get the punishment, he said. I just heard about this too, and I'm scared because I have kids at my home. Another neighbor said he did not know Jabbar by name, but saw him around the neighborhood. He described Jabbar as quiet, and their interactions is normal. In Spanish, he said the neighborhood is largely Muslim community with no problems. Checkmate. So now we know he identifies as Muslim. So was he born with that name, or he gave himself that name? Okay? Say woke, everybody. Let's go back to the top. Texas Standard is the source. This is the house where he last lived. We have someone in the neighborhood saying that he minded his business. He was quiet. Community, no problems. Until now. Bingo card. Because you don't know people. Rosebud, please. Jabbar started a handful of realty businesses in Texas. Secretary of State records show 2 of them went defunct within the last couple of years. And that's what I was probably thinking. Did he never bounce back from COVID? So indeed, the pictures I've shown you during this live stream is verified as the suspect, Mr. Jabbar. The person in the video is talking about real estate, and now we have a source that says he had some businesses that did not fare well. 2 of them went defunct the past couple of years. Why? What happened? In a now removed YouTube video, which I was assuming that was going to happen, YouTube was going to remove that video. For one of these businesses posted 4 years ago, Jabbar says he was born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, spent all of his life in the state, except for his time in the military. He said his 10 years in the military is where I learned the meaning of great service and what it means to be responsible and take everything seriously, dotting I's, crossing T's to make sure that things go off without a hitch. Well, fast forward January 1st, 2025, you made sure of that, to dot all I's, cross all T's, when you plowed into Bourbon Street and killed now 15 people. Checkmate. Georgia State University spokesperson confirmed Jabbar attended the school from 2015 until 2017, graduated with a BBA in Computer Information Systems. It's unclear where Jabbar was staying in New Orleans, but local TV WDSU reports he might have been linked to an Airbnb in the St. Roch area. There was a heavy police presence on Manville Street as the home was evacuated Wednesday. Calls to the owner of the Manville Street property were not returned. The attack has raised concerns about the security for upcoming events, including the Super Bowl in February. The incident occurred just hours before the All-Star Sugar Bowl was set to be played Wednesday evening at the Caesars Superdome. The game set to be played between Notre Dame Fighting Irish and Georgia Bulldogs was postponed in the early afternoon. This is some very good information. Once again, let's take a look at his last residence, Mr. Jabbar. A very weird looking structure. Wild animals running amok. Did he decide to live what we would call humbling existence, raise your own animals to produce your food? What happened to this man? This is usually what happens to people who go off the rails. Something terrible happens in their life and they decide to go off the grid. They go live in the mountains, the woods. They cut off contact with people, social media, friends, family. They start talking erratic, acting crazy. Does this man, number one, has had any issues with mental health issues, schizophrenia? How long has he been what I would say Muslim? Is he a practicing Muslim? Any connections to Al-Qaeda, ISIS, any other foreign groups? Who are his friends, family? Is he married? Does he have children? Are they also in conjunction to this crime? They are now saying that 3 men and a woman were seen putting the devices in the French Quarter. Obviously, he knows these people because devices were found in his car. And I'm sure they're of the same caliber as the ones in the street versus what was found in his car. No, not my idea of a realtor's home either. But that's the point. Something happened to him, possibly COVID. He never bounced back from his business, and maybe his mind shifted and he became angry, as many people do who follow these radical groups. They are either coerced into this nonsense or they take up with this radical ideology because life has not given them a fair shake. Well, if that's the case, hell, everybody would be joining ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Fuck you're saying. Just say it. Come on now. Very good information here by Texas Standard. Attended school in Georgia. So he's educated black man or whomever he is. Georgia State, 2 years, BBA, Computer Information Systems. Been in the military. Wow, 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 wow. Who is this man? What happened to him? What happened to him? I don't know.
The city needs on either of those fronts. And of course, we will also coordinate with the federal government.
Obviously, there's a lot of talk about the right now of making sure to catch this person and anyone else, but long term, this is not ending today, tomorrow, and next week. What does that look like? As just give us some perspective on what the future looks like in this case.
You know, we're not the first city to experience an event like this. Or the first country, and I think that we have been planning for events like this. You know, it's still a shock when it happens. I don't think that anybody's ever fully prepared for an event when it happens, no matter how much planning. It's still a shock to the system. We will continue to make plans and to harden the city and make sure that it's safe, and the state. So, you know, it's just a constant moving process, and you know, people who want to commit evil crimes like this, they're going to find a way to do it. You know, there's been a lot of discussion about the bollards, but the truth is this person could have mowed a bunch of people down on Canal Street as well, or in any number of other places. They could have tried to access a point where there were a lot of people. So, you know, we just have to continue to do the best that we can to try and prevent these things from happening. We'll never know how many times we have stopped someone from committing an act like this. But when they are successful in doing the kind of thing that happened early this morning, you know, we just have to double down and work harder to protect.
Don't know, Rosebud. We'll hear eventually if he was. Very good question. Was he on a watch list?
Right now.
Or anybody affiliated with him?
Suspect, they killed him, and we heard FBI saying that there might be more suspects. They're looking into every single aspect. If there does come that there are more suspects, are they looking at state charges, federal charges? What does that look like in justice?
Well, you know, the FBI has acknowledged that this is a terrorist event, and so there's no doubt in my mind that there would be federal charges. There can also be state charges. We have a state terrorism statute as well. It is a mass casualty.
Well, at least that's good. But it's too late. He's dead. Can't bring him to charges.
Charge this person.
Justice. He's dead.
Death penalty, that we would do it here and that we would carry it out.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, and we appreciate, you know, the unified effort here today. Thank you so much. Attorney General Liz Murrill, there's, again, a lot of moving pieces in this right now. We now know Sugar Bowl has been postponed till tomorrow, and we asked, you know, even tomorrow, maybe tonight, people are going to want to go out after that game and celebrate. What does that look like? Will Bourbon Street be reopened? And of course, right now, it is still an active crime scene. Bourbon Street is blocked off and shut down so they can continue investigating and combing through that scene. But they say once they're done with that, they will open it again, and there will be another unified command down there, more officers to make sure that everyone is safe and everyone feels safe down there. But we heard from the mayor, we heard from Governor Landry, I'm pulling up my notes right here, and he says, we have made public safety a priority. Any issues in the system, and we will address them. Again, speaking to those bollards. Again, Sugar Bowl moved to tomorrow. There's, again, a lot of information that we still don't have because this is an FBI-run investigation. This is a federal investigation now, and they are keeping this very tight because they want to be able to get to the bottom of this and get all the moving pieces into place before they give us any information that may jeopardize
Exactly.
that.
No worries. Let me give you an update pertaining to Mr. Jabbar. NBC News is the source. Our suspect, who is now deceased, killed by law enforcement in New Orleans, Louisiana. Jabbar served in the Army on active duty from 2006 to 2015, then in the Army Reserves from 2015 to 2020, according to 3 U.S. defense officials. He was deployed to Afghanistan in 2009 and served as an administrative clerk. He was a staff sergeant in 2020 when he was honorably discharged. Repeat, honorably discharged. Separately, he tried to enlist in the Navy in 2004, but never shipped or began training, according to a spokesperson. Very interesting. So why would he want to go into the Navy, I wonder? Because he served in the Army for 9 years, 06 to 15. They say he tried to the Navy in 2004, but never shipped. He tried to enlist. So tried means what? It didn't happen. So what happened there? Why switch branches? Very interesting. Texas criminal records show that Jabbar had previously been charged in 2002 for a misdemeanor theft and in 2005 for driving with an invalid license. So with the license, did he not renew it in time? Forgot about it? Theft, what was the theft in 2002? What did he steal? Civil records show Jabbar was married twice, with his first marriage ending in 2012, a petition for a second divorce 2021. That is just 3 years ago. Did this perhaps send him over the edge? Finances, bad marriage. What happened? What happened? What? Navy never again. Volunteer yourself. Don't know what you're saying. So one marriage ended in 12. One was initiated 2021. So is he still married? Because it says he initiated a divorce, excuse me. Second divorce initiated in 2021. We have now just left 2024. Is Mr. Jabbar still married to his wife? If so, where is she? Does he have children? A woman who identified herself as Jabbar's sister-in-law and asked not to be named said relatives in Texas were in shock when they heard the news. It don't make no sense, she said. He's the nicest person I've ever known. I really don't know what happened, she added. He was a good man. He takes care of his children and everything. So that means he's possibly still married and he has kids. How many kids does he have? What are their ages? What the hell happened to Mr. Jabbar? She said some family members were heading from Texas to New Orleans. I guess so, to identify the body and claim the body. Federal officials and local law enforcement in New Orleans are investigating if Dean Jabbar used a long gun rifle and fired it into the crowd as he ran people over. 3 senior law enforcement officials briefed on the investigation told NBC News. Please join me in praying for the victims and families, as well as our first responders. In the wake of this horrific act of violence on Bourbon Street, Majority Leader Steve Scalise, Republican of Louisiana, put in a post on Facebook. NBC News is the source of that information, if you're curious. Lord have mercy. Hello, everybody in the chat. Thank you for holding on with the Queen during this horrific day, first of the year. Just bringing you the latest information pertaining to this case. As you know, there's going to always be a discrepancy in a name, a date, or something. Don't take it personal. Get all riled up. when people are gathering information, they make mistakes. So don't get all riled up because you heard something over here, you heard something over there. That's why you have to verify everything. You see how people are getting all upset on Facebook. That ain't him, that ain't him. And then here comes agencies saying it is him. He's now been verified by the national government. He served in the military. I think they would know who the hell in the military. So it's been verified. This is Mr. Jabari. Made it here, down to New Orleans, naturally to verify the body, claim the body. What a mess. Once again, developing story. Who is this man? Who was this man? What led him down this dark path into the abyss at 3:15 a.m. this morning? What happened to his businesses? Could he never get afloat? Because 4 years ago, it was not that long ago. We're now in 2025. A lot of people lost a lot due to COVID. A lot of people started scheming, scamming the government to get money, more money, lying on taxes. People did a lot of crazy things during COVID to stay afloat. Is that what happened to this man? He lost his way, failed marriages, plural, possibly still married. Will we hear from the wife? Because I got a feeling he's probably still married. Where is she? How her life will be changed now, her and her children, if they're still married. Because people are going to be jumping out of helicopters and drones trying to find her, to get an interview, so on and so forth. Yes, very good point. Could be PTSD. He did serve in Afghanistan. Appeared to be a nice guy, quiet. We have a relative saying he was nice. We have a neighbor that says he was quiet, didn't bother anybody. So that's 2-0 for the dead man. And that's the whole point. That is usually what you hear about people who usually exact these type of crimes. And it's usually a he, a him, tall, short, fat, white, whatever. I'm assuming he's black. If not, I stand corrected. He was nice. He was quiet. That is what you've always heard of a mass shooter. Although this was not a shooting incident, but it's still destruction of human life. He was quiet. 32, 42, 12 years old, 15 years old. Always the same MO. He was quiet. But something click, went off inside of the brain of the individual. What a travesty. Don't know who he believes in, Allah, whomever. Allah didn't tell you to do this. Did he leave a manifesto somewhere? What are they going to find in the house? The house looked like a very, standard, below standard living. Not to be, disrespectful, but when you look at the video from 2020, it's like night and day from that well-coiffed man to how the house looked. And naturally, you can live in a not so great neighborhood or home and still be clean, well-dressed, and carry yourself in a dignified manner. So I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it's just, a known fact. We judge people according to how they dress, haircut. So if you live in a substandard house or trailer or not so great looking, because all the time. So this is why they always tell you don't judge a book by its cover, because all walks of life live substandard lifestyles. So what happened here with this man? What happened? I don't know. I just know, as they say in the street, he won't be the first. This won't be the first. It won't be the last. Sadly, there'll be somebody else who will follow in the footsteps And I'm praying for New Orleans, because if they don't get this barrier business set up, it's just a recipe for somebody else to do something just as crazy. Because that's the whole point. If a person wants to infiltrate a location, a school, a church, a work, you really can't keep people from popping off. Now, we have places that have security measures such as courthouses, municipal buildings, and they have the little things you go through, such as at the airport. You're not going to get through there because the people are standing there armed, ready to pop off if you pop off. But like this situation, driving up on a sidewalk or an event, that's all it took. He just jumped the sidewalk. He went around the police cars, jumped the sidewalk, ran through and mowed the people down. Not nothing you can do. And as I said before, if you put anything heavier in the streets, how would the ambulance get around if someone was in need, such as this event here, to render aid and get to the people in time to help them get on the gurney, get in the ambulance? So that's still a problem if you put concrete barriers to block off traffic. Now everyone would have to maneuver by foot to render aid to a person or persons. Deployed to Afghanistan, 2009, administrative clerk, staff sergeant, 2020, 11 years later. So that means he has some potential. He was doing well, honorably discharged. That means a lot. But what the hell happened? But then he tried to go into the Navy. Why? Make that make sense. But never shipped or began training, according to a spokesperson. So I'd like to know more about that. How do you go from wanting to go from the Army to the Navy? That's weird to me. Never heard of such. Not to knock anybody in the Navy, I'm just saying. I just never heard of somebody wanting to enlist into another branch. It's very, very odd. I guess he wanted to sell the high seas. And instead, he went into realty, probably still working for the military, but something went terribly wrong. 2020, businesses did not fare well. And that possibly was the start of Mr. Jabbar's decline from the world. And that's all it takes for some of us out here. One thing goes bad, you don't regain focus on life, living, doing better, being better, achieving goals. You go in a funk and you stay there. And I think that's possibly what happened with Mr. Jabbar. He never regained consciousness, per se, to the real world. I don't know his problems. Don't know if he owed debt, if he was behind on his taxes, woes. Obviously, he had marital problems because he was trying to get a divorce at one time but didn't follow through. So I'm assuming he's possibly still married. When I get that information, I'll bring it to you. Don't know where the children are, who they're living with, but a sister-in-law has spoken in this commentary, and she said she would have never thought he would do something like that. He's the nicest person she's ever known. Wow, those are deep words. He's the nicest person I've ever known. And perhaps he was a quiet guy, mind his business, got along with people, took care of his children, kind to friends and family, went out of his way, but something clicked. So there you have it. Something clicked. Like so many others out here, something clicked. Something pushed somebody to the edge to go out here and exact a crime against another human being and civilians. It happens every day. And that's why people need to get help. You are sinking in quicksand mentally, physically. You need to go get help. Go see a counselor. Go commit yourself to the hospital. They'll keep you for observation. Sadly, they let you go because there's just nowhere to house people who are having mental issues and criminally insane. And that's why we have a lot of people who are walking around who have no business walking around. They have no business operating cars. They have no business having children, and they have no business operating a house or a home. But it is what it is. I don't know if Mr. Jabbar would have fit into that category, but obviously he had issues. So now we wait for a manifesto, somebody close to the victim, suspect, to tell us he had mental issues, financial issues, marital issues, kid issues, world issues. What the hell was going on with him? I don't know, but dear God, prayers for the victims. New Orleans, prayers.
Safe or not safe. And that's the real rub of this that makes this so egregious and heinous.
Because you heard the council president talk about it earlier, when you have someone with this type of intention, it's hard to stop somebody with that intention.
That is correct. And that's how, one more thing I would like to say about this is, that's how you know, as human beings,
we're going to see what's the latest in a video, and I'm going to let y'all go because I'm already 3 hours and 31 minutes into this commentary. Okay. Update, New Orleans attack. Just want to make sure I get the right numbers confirmed. New Orleans attack. Let's see what they're saying. Now let you guys go. Thanks for following this network. Appreciate
and
it.
of course, New Orleans residents getting ready for today's Sugar Bowl. That, of course, has now been postponed until tomorrow, 3 o'clock local time, 4 o'clock Eastern for the time being, between the Georgia Bulldogs and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. But here out on Canal Street, you can see Bourbon Street just behind me. There is a heavy, heavy police presence here that will probably be up here for the foreseeable future. Bourbon Street just around the corner where this horrendous terrorist attack occurred in the early hours of this morning. And there were a lot of media members, myself included, that were out here just celebrating the new year. We were out here on Bourbon Street ringing it in. I myself, along with many others, were back inside the hotel when this attack occurred, luckily, including many, many others. Of course, the damage, we're not quite sure who was killed in this incident. Hopefully not too many that we know of here for the time being, at least. But still a very tragic situation. The Sugar Bowl is certainly taking a back seat to the events that occurred this morning.
And Miles, what was your reaction? You were out and about last night, and you hear of the news. Did you hear about it earlier this morning, or right before you were going to bed?
Well, oddly enough, last night I get up to my hotel room. I heard what I thought at that time were fireworks. A couple other media members I spoke to, some that I'm down here with myself, thought this very same thing. They thought they were fireworks. We heard police sirens. We just simply went to bed at that point thinking that it was New Year's Eve. All the festivities were still out and about here. We're right next to Bourbon Street. The Media Hotel is just about 3 or 4 blocks down the road, including where the Georgia Bulldogs and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, the teams, both of them, are staying. So at the time, we didn't think anything of it. We simply went to bed and woke up to a bunch of missed calls and text messages letting us know about the situation. We looked out the window and, of course, saw all the police tape and the police presence. So happened very suddenly, that's for sure.
And I'm sure, Miles, the people that are out and about today just have stunned faces and are just trying to find the latest answers, just like everyone else.
Yeah, everyone really is speechless. These streets have gotten slightly busier since this morning. This whole road, Canal Street, one of New Orleans' most famous, of course.
Yes, Canal Street.
The most famous. We're basically completely shut down this morning. There were no cars coming in and around. There's still some people walking around this area, but of course not as many as you'd expect on New Year's Day, especially on the day of the Sugar Bowl. We spoke to some people, even some media members that were just speechless.
That's dangerous, sneaking out like that. Well, she's 18, she's grown, so she can do what she wants.
He does cover the Georgia Bulldogs and mentioned how he was right there when it all occurred. He heard the shots, spoke to some victims' families, and was really just, as I said, just speechless at that point. Couldn't really say anything else. He had tears in his eyes. Just a horrendous situation.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Myles Garrett, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox, giving us your perspective from earlier this morning. We appreciate it as always, and continue to be safe as well. All right, everyone, we will take another 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we will go back out to Houston, where SWAT team members are outside of possibly the suspect's home in connection here to this terror assault on New Orleans. We'll have more coverage
looks like
coming
the
up
house.
next on Live Now.
Wow. Brief break. Brief break. What happened to this man to get to this point? To murder these innocent people. Prayers to all those who perished and those injured. Prayers to New Orleans, medical staff, EMTs. Lord, have mercy. Thank you for your service. Because that had to be a scary situation. Different people running into the hospital needing wound care. And as I showed you in the beginning, caption on my video, a thumbnail, woman standing over someone deceased on the ground, and behind her, somebody else was deceased. How terrible could that be, looking around at dead people lying on the ground? She may have been injured herself, because I think somebody was trying to ask her if she was okay. This is absolutely crazy. And I think back to my trip 3.5 years ago, being on those streets, walking those streets, standing on the corner of Canal Street, enjoying life, rain coming down. We're standing under, a store front, waiting for the rain to stop. Just the thought of, knowing I was in this place where people love to go and travel and have a good time. Anything can happen to you. Doesn't matter where you go, where you frequent. Party, no party. Function, no function. Just out enjoying yourself, going about your daily life. This happens to many people. Doesn't matter where you go. Bad things can happen to you at school, at work. People out trying to enjoy the new year, ringing the new year. But I said to myself, the devil is busy. I knew something bad was coming because I had said it when
we are continuing our breaking news coverage.
When the power went out last night, I said it to one of the fans because she was having up down in Georgia at her house. The devil was at work last night because I was having issues here where I live with the power. It's messed up some of the outlets here in the building in my apartment. I'm talking to one of the fans. She had problems with her house, not a hot water heater, but something she had went out, just a bunch of mess. And I told her, I said, bad's brewing. My right hand to God. I said that to Mary. I said, Mary, something bad is going to happen because this new year is already jacked up and it wasn't even midnight. I did good to step out of the shower, get my hair wrapped up to sit in the chair to watch the ball drop, trying to stay calm from this power outage I had here. And then, listening to Mary talk about everything that was going wrong at her house down there in Georgia. And I told her last night, I said, Mary, something is on its way. Something bad's about to happen. I didn't think it was going to happen to me per se, but I just kept saying, man, this is like a bad new year coming in. Both of us are having problems at our homes. And I said, the ball hasn't even dropped yet. And I be damned. I went to sleep. I remember this morning was probably daylight. I thought I heard somebody bang at my door. Didn't know what that was all about. I jump up, heart, palpitate and run. And then poof, I look out the peephole. I don't see anybody. So I was like, what the hell was that all about? So I thought, well, did I imagine it? So I jumped back into bed. And I don't know. It's just my spirit was just still telling me that something is just not right. It was this right here. This wasn't right.
Like they were sort of evacuating some residents. There's multiple homes in this area, and then it looks like there's some trailers nearby. So they were talking to some people and some kids and kind of getting them out of the way, it looked like a couple minutes ago.
Could be,
Donnelly's
could
been
be,
there for
Sin
quite
City,
some
could be.
time, and the
Who
scene
knows?
has progressively built more law enforcement, the perimeter, the SWAT vehicles, all the things that you're seeing on our live coverage has just built up over the last couple of hours. And Donnelly says that they are preparing to enter the home. Of course, we don't know if there's anybody. Okay, well, I just got word from our producer that law enforcement is about to send a drone up. We don't know if there's any even possible explosives. Right, and we've seen when we covered these types of situations before, they have like robotic dogs and different things that they use to be able to detect explosives. I feel that explosives must be a big concern at this point because there were explosives discovered at the scene last night on Bourbon Street. So, I mean, it's risky, it's scary, and it's a situation that they have to take their time with, and they have to figure out a lot of elements before they can just go into the home and hopefully get some answers. But it's just a difficult scenario when at least 10 people are dead at this point and multiple others injured. You know, the last thing we want to hear is that more people lose their lives, you know, from their injuries.
I do want to make note of a tweet that, well, on X, Office of the Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick, he said less than an hour ago that we have been working with law enforcement and Houston Mayor John Whitmire on this issue. The New Orleans terror suspect has been living in the Houston area. He rented the truck on 12/30, so that would have been on Monday. And we have learned he was driving the rented truck in Houston before heading to New Orleans. This is an active investigation that continues to develop in both Louisiana and Texas. Please follow the FBI alert to avoid this area. Also, the FBI is asking anyone with information or video of the incident to submit them online or to call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Again, that's 1-800-CALL-FBI. FBI. Still a very active situation. We've been reporting on Donnelly Keith is at the scene of what could be the house of the suspect from this morning's horrible attack that is being called a terroristic attack by FBI investigators. And we know that a drone seems to be being sent above the home. Inside of the home. We are keeping our eyes on it with Sky Fox, and we also have our reporter Donnelly Keith here.
And Donnelly Keith, I just got word she is talking to some neighbors right now. I don't know if they'll go on camera or not, but we'll find out soon what those neighbors have to say. If they knew this suspect, if they had any suspicions about this person. A lot of times in these cases, neighbors and people who know these people have no idea what is actually going on here. Also, the New Orleans Police Department is asking anyone with information to please, please, please give them a call. That would be the same for our area here in Houston. If you do know anything, if you saw anything, if you knew anything that would help law enforcement, call the sheriff's department, report it. We could also call Crime Stoppers. Police are still searching for answers and trying to make sure that nothing like this is going to happen again. So
let me say this. That's the back of the house. You see the gate going around the front, blocking view of everything. That's a sign that a person is or has become a recluse, or they've got something going on in their mind. Pay attention. Blocking the view of a house from the street is usually rare for people to do. You usually block the side of your house so people can't see over your backyard when you're grilling, laying out by the pool, not the front of your house. When you see people putting up gates, blocking the front, they've got issues. Just saying. Something was going on inside of Mr. Jabbar's head.
On the left side of your screen.
It's very obvious.
We have our Donnelly Keith live on the location here in North Houston with what he has learned and what's going on right now. Donnelly.
Hey there, Rasha. Yeah, this home is surrounded by Harris County Sheriff's deputies. We're told by the FBI that FBI agents and Sheriff's deputies are here on the scene and that they will be here for several hours. We're also told that this is the home. This is where the Shamsuddin Jabbar lived, and he is the suspect who is who the FBI says ran over and killed 10 people there in New Orleans. The Harris County Sheriff's deputies, they are staging right now. We've seen K9 units out here as they prepare to go inside this house, and they're not rushing in because they don't know what's inside. We know that the suspect was said to have been found with explosives, so they're certainly not just going to rush inside this home. I also have been speaking with I saw a group of men walk up just a little bit ago, and they are the brothers to a woman who lives inside, and they came here because they're very concerned for her. They
Lord,
called her for me, and I did speak with her. She said she does feel safe, and that deputies told her just to shelter in place, don't come outside. She said that there is no mandatory evacuation. She is allowed to stay inside her home.
Okay.
But they told her not to come outside until the scene is completely clear. And so we don't know exactly when they're going to go inside.
Thank you, Rosebud.
Because they don't know if anybody's there waiting. They don't know if the home is rigged in any sort of way. So they have been here planning very carefully their plan to execute their plan so that they can go inside. We see deputies here with long guns. They are dressed in protective helmets because they don't know what they're going to encounter. We were over on that road at that house trying to talk with neighbors, and deputies arrived and said, "Hey, we're going to have to push you out of here." And so we moved across the street, but then they moved us from.
They said 10 in here, but then the other one said 15. I don't know.
House. And this is here on Hugh Road.
Let me do an update.
Crescent Peak Drive. It looked like some neighbors. We saw what looked like a family. There were several children and 2 adults who approached the fence and came over and talked with a couple of deputies, and then we saw them walk out of the neighborhood. And so we're not sure if maybe the deputies are evacuating some of the residents depending on where the residents live and how close they are to the house. But that road, Crescent Peak Drive, it's a small road. And it is a cul-de-sac, and it looks like there are maybe, 8 to 10 homes on that road. But deputies are at the back of the house, as you can see. They're also in the front on that road, and they have this street here at Hugh Road.
I don't know where 15 came from.
They're not letting anyone
ABC says 15.
And they're saying it's certainly for everyone's safety because they just don't know what they're going to find inside that house.
All right, Domily, and what kind of police presence are you seeing? Has it increased as the time has gone by?
It certainly has.
One victim. Kimberly Usher Fall had recently been promoted to manager position. Nicole Perez, 27. One of the victims. Lord have mercy. Hold on, everybody. Let me bring you a little bit of information pertaining to her. A young mother teaching her son to read, a former college football player on top of the world living in New York City, a father of 2, who was the life of the party. Family members and friends have begun identifying the 15 people who died in the truck ramming attack early Wednesday morning on Bourbon Street. So one source says 10. This one now says 15. This was uploaded at 5:05 p.m. It is now 5:27 here in Tennessee. So let's see. Tiger Betch, 27, confirmed by his mother, Michelle Betch. Played football at Princeton University. Moved to New York City after graduation to work for Seaport Global, a capital markets firm. She told ABC that her son was amazing, lived life to the fullest, was on top of the world. Michelle Betch said Tiger Betch was in Louisiana for a long weekend of hunting, fishing, 2 of his favorite activities with college friends from Princeton. He was scheduled to fly back to New York City Wednesday afternoon. His younger brother, Jack Beck, is a wide receiver for Texas Christian University football. Michelle Betch said Tiger Beck frequently flew down from New York over the past 2 years to attend his brother's games. Reggie Hunter. Reggie Hunter's death was confirmed by his first cousin, Sherelle Jackson. He did not deserve this, she told ABC News' Diane Macedo. It's senseless and cruel. I wish none of this ever happened. This is a picture of victim number 3, Reggie. My condolences to the family. Lord have mercy. God help us. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Oh, Lordy. Jackson said Hunter leaves behind 2 sons, described him as life of the party with a big heart, funny, loving, caring. This is hurting all of us differently. So many levels, she said. We were expecting so much life to live with our cousin, just a beautiful person. Did not deserve this. So much life to live. Once again, Nicole Perez, the top picture I showed you, is one of the victims. Just been promoted as a manager to her store, was excited about her position. She has a 4-year-old son, Milo. She was just teaching her son how to read. She was a great baby boy. Milo does not have her. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Usher Falls said Perez was out with her friends New Year's Eve, struck by the truck. She was taken to University Hospital, but succumbed to her injuries. Previously shared the news of Perez's passing Wednesday on a GoFundMe page for her. She was so beautiful, full of life. Her son Milo is now without his mama, and we are without our friend, dedicated employee. I'm hoping to get some of her burial expenses and to help her son with expenses he will need to transition into a new living situation. As most of you know, this is a developing story. ABC News is the source. Let's go recap our victims. Miss Perez. Reggie Hunter. And I don't think there's a picture of the other guy. His mom, I don't think she showed a picture of her son yet. Yeah, there's no picture of the other young guy. Tiger Betch, 27 is his name, lived in New York. He was here visiting, down here visiting the South. Oh, Lord. So far, 3 victims have been identified.
To reiterate from your coverage, the FBI is calling this an act of terror. They've identified their suspect as Shamsuddin Jabbar, an Army veteran from Houston, Texas. And now Fox has told law enforcement is going over surveillance footage that shows possibly 3 men and a woman they think were setting up explosive devices around that area. Chaos on New Orleans' iconic Bourbon Street. A driver just after 3 in the morning crashing a pickup truck into a crowd of New Year's Day revelers and opening fire, killing at least 10 people and injuring dozens more.
Intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could.
Unthinkable. No one, and I mean no one, expects to wake up to New Year's this way. This should be a time of celebration.
The FBI investigating the incident as an act of terrorism, confirming the driver as a 42-year-old American citizen who died after exchanging gunfire with responding police. Investigators recovering a handgun, an AR-style rifle, and an ISIS flag as questions mount over the suspect's motive.
Was this a lone wolf, or was he acting in concert with others?
President Biden offering condolences to the victims' families.
The reaction was one of anger and frustration.
President-elect Trump also weighing in, blaming illegal immigration for what he calls an act of pure evil, adding, quote, "When I said that the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, that statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true.
We will be relentless, and we will do everything that it takes."
Well, that's not who ran into those people. That was a United States citizen that killed those people. Yes, we do have crime by foreigners, but that was a United States citizen, military man, who rammed his truck into the crowd, Mr. Trump. So speak on what's relevant at that time. The subject isn't about Mexicans and foreigners today, South American people. Today, the subject is about this man who was born here in the United States. Stay on topic. This is the very reason why we have all the hate now.
That may have been dropping bombs in and around the French Quarter.
That's right. Still so many unanswered questions here, especially now that it seems these investigators are, in fact, looking for more people who could have been involved in this plot. So we'll have to follow this closely and hope that they can catch up with those suspects soon.
Absolutely. Fox News' Connor Hansen joining us this evening. Thanks so much for the updates, as always. We'll take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox and our expanding.
Well, we don't know what ties he has. We haven't heard anything yet. We just know he's born in America. They haven't proven any foreign ties. Just because he followed ISIS, he could follow ISIS and not have known any actual ISIS members. We don't even know anything yet. We just know he had an ISIS flag. Exactly, because that's the whole point. One thing begets another. One little incident cooks up other little dirty birds, then they start acting crazy, want to exact more harm, but that's why they're investigating. I'm not preaching anything without a receipts. All we know is this man, honorably discharged, been in the military, one divorce, started one divorce, don't know if he finished it. Obviously he didn't, has children. That's all we know. ISIS flag, don't know about a manifesto. We do know that some people were putting devices in the French Quarter. Obviously they're similar to the ones that were in his car, so they're gonna assume he knows these people. But other than that, we don't know those people. We don't know where they're from, if they were born here or abroad. You have to get the information first before you start putting out false information. And like I said, you can follow behind anybody, but you don't necessarily have to know them. He could have been following ISIS, but he didn't have to be in direct connection to somebody from ISIS or abroad. Got to get the proof first. Yes. Yes. And so far we have 2 people saying he was a nice guy. So, you know, that's what's always said when they pop off. He was nice. She was nice. You know, every time you hear this about mass destruction here in the United States, whether it's a child, teenager, young adult, older person, it's always they were nice, they were quiet, stayed to themselves. It's always the same MO.
Joining us as always,
sad.
Bringing you these top stories.
Sad individual.
And really the big one, of course, today is the New Orleans attack, the terror attack that continues to really capture the hearts of so many. We are thinking about all of the residents out in New Orleans, all of the visitors that were there, especially to bring in the new year, and then all of a sudden chaos ensued in that terror attack. We do want to continue our coverage, though, out in Houston. Houston and SWAT team members are out there at the believed residence of the suspect involved in this New Orleans attack. Let's go back out to the coverage of Fox 26 in Houston.
The FBI in New Orleans has said that an ISIS flag was located on the trailer hitch of the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential association and affiliation to this terrorist organization. So the FBI is looking into that right now, and they're looking into weapons and potential improvised explosive devices. IEDs were located in the subject's vehicle. He took a truck that he rented off of an app and then drove it, we're hearing, to New Orleans from Houston.
Crazy.
So there's a lot to still be figured out here.
How crazy is
the FBI
that?
is also saying that they are running down every single lead, including those of his known associates. So that's where the potential accomplices are coming into play. So obviously the FBI is still investigating that. And then what you're looking at here is the man who apparently ran his car into these people and killed at least 10, his home here in Houston.
Yes, and I did want to make note about the Cybertruck explosion at Trump Las Vegas Hotel. It's being treated as a possible act of terror. Now, we do know that, obviously, it being a Cybertruck, Elon Musk being involved possibly with the Cybertruck situation. And so he did tweet out, or on X, say, "We have now confirmed that the explosion was caused by very large fireworks and or a bomb carried in the bed of the rented Cybertruck and is unrelated to the vehicle itself. All vehicle telemetry was positive at the time of the explosion." So that is, again, in regards to what happened at the Las Vegas Hotel, the Trump Las Vegas Hotel. It was a Cybertruck explosion there. Now, I do want to also make note about from John Whitmire, our mayor, saying, quote, Houston stands in solidarity with the people of New Orleans, and our prayers are with the victims and their families following this morning's tragic and senseless act of violence. I have been in regular contact with state and local officials, as well as law enforcement leadership. The FBI, as the lead agency in this federal investigation, has our full confidence and collaboration. The Houston Police Department is closely integrated with the FBI's Houston office and Harris County Sheriff's Gonzalez's team.
All right, now we want to back out live to Dominique Keith, who's there trying to talk to neighbors and give us a look at what is happening as law enforcement surrounds this man's home here in Houston.
Yeah, absolutely. Law enforcement, they are still setting up and in the planning stages. They haven't gone in yet, but we are told that they will be going inside the home that's believed to belong to Shamsuddin Jabbar. He is the suspect who FBI agents said on purpose ran over and killed 10 people and injured at least a dozen others there in New Orleans. Now, this man has strong ties to Houston. In a YouTube video, he said that he's originally from Beaumont, but he says he's lived in Texas his whole life, except for 10 years he spent traveling while he was in the military. We do know he is a military veteran. The FBI also confirmed that. But then in his video, he said he has lived also in Houston for years. He is listed as a real estate agent whose real estate license expired back in 2022. But he also says that he was a business owner and says that his real estate business was located in Sugar Land on Sweetwater Boulevard. And then we also know that the vehicle that he rented was from a Turo app. It's sort of a rideshare rental program, and he rented that Ford truck that the FBI agent said he used to kill all of those people there in New Orleans. We're also told that there was a dealership in the Pasadena area that perhaps rented out that vehicle to him. When I called the man who works at that dealership, who was said to have rented the vehicle to him, he told me he didn't have any comment. So we also went there to the dealership. When I went to the dealership, they said that they were just not commenting at this time. But
so it's a dealership.
A statement.
I thought it was a personal rental.
Are heartbroken.
Still crazy.
Their host
Good
vehicles
God.
was used in such a horrific and horrible incident and a horrible attack. And also the FBI confirms that FBI agents and Harris County Sheriff's deputies are here on Crescent Peak Drive, where Din Jabbar is said to have lived. This is in northwest Harris County, on the north side of Houston, just off of Hugh Road. The FBI confirms they are here and that they're going to be here for several hours. Of course, they cannot rush into this house because they don't know what to expect when they get inside. The FBI says that this man was found with explosives. So law enforcement, they have no idea if explosives are inside this house. So they have to take every precaution they possibly can before they go inside. They are dressed in protective gear and helmets. They have long guns because they don't know if someone else is inside. I did speak with a resident who is still in the neighborhood. She lives on Crescent Peak Drive. She says she was told by by law enforcement who was there near her house not to come outside, but that she did not have to evacuate. She says she lives several homes away from the home in question, but she said at this point she was waiting for her husband to get home, and then they were possibly going to try to leave the area once her husband arrives home from work. But she was just sheltering in place, and she says she's just trying to stay safe. We did see a family with several children and 2 adults walk over to the fence and talk with deputies. I guess it appeared they were asking if they could leave the neighborhood. And once they talked with the deputies, they did make their way toward the exit of the neighborhood and they left. But lots of deputies in the area. They are here in SWAT vehicles. The road is completely blocked off. They're not letting anyone drive down that road. We actually were on that street on Crescent Peak Drive talking with neighbors before the deputies arrived, and that's when the deputies said, hey, you guys are going to have to move back. We don't know if it's safe. So they moved us completely off that road. And where we are now, we're at the back of the house. And there at the front entrance of Crescent Peak Drive is where they also have even more deputies staged. So there is a large staging area. There's a large perimeter that has been blocked off by law enforcement as they just work to try to safely figure out what's inside the house before they actually go inside.
Well, Dominique Keith, thank you so much for that information as we continue watching law enforcement's response around the home of the killer who took the lives of 10 people celebrating the new year after driving that truck into the crowd, injuring more than 35 other people. Just a horrific scene. And we're learning new details as all of this unfolds. County Judge Lena Hidalgo tweeted that she is aware of the Harris County Sheriff's Office work assisting the FBI in its enforcement activity following the tragic attack in New Orleans. Our hearts go out to the families affected, and we are committed to assist to the greatest extent possible. Also, President Biden tweeted that he has been continuously briefed since early this event that occurred in New Orleans. He also mentioned how the FBI is taking the lead in this investigation and the incident as an act of terror. He says that he'll continue to receive updates. He also mentioned that his heart goes out to the victims and their families who were simply trying to celebrate the holiday. There is no justification for violence of any kind, and we will not tolerate any attack of our nation. So lawmakers on all the levels speaking out this hour. We also
calm down, everybody.
Elect Donald Trump, who addressed this situation as well. Just a lot of people weighing in this hour as these horrific details unfold.
I also wanted to say that Elon Musk, about a minute ago, said that appears likely to be an act of terrorism. Again, this is Elon Musk. Both this Cybertruck and the F-150 suicide bomb in New Orleans were rented from Turo, which perhaps they might be linked in some way. So something that they're
very interesting. As well. You're right, because you can rent a car from anywhere. Enterprise,
looks like
budget.
That there is a lot of activity.
So that is interesting.
Happening as they are
Trump incident
right now surrounding.
Don't know if they're connected.
To be the house of the killer.
Let's do a little info on that. Then I'm going to check out of here. I'll have to come back later. We can chop it up. I'll definitely have to get me some dinner in me.
Too. And they said how this area is mainly a lot of Muslim immigrants, and
immigrants.
There's a trailer park.
So
it's a rundown trailer park.
Okay, Muslim immigrants. Interesting.
In the yard, just blocks away from this local mosque. So very interesting situation.
Yes, very interesting.
A great picture of the surrounding areas, but we do know that law enforcement is strategically making their way to see what is inside of this residence, which could be of the killer. And you have to be very.
Why are you all arguing down in the chat? Come on now.
Reports of bombs and.
Very reason why we're talking about nonsense right now.
To be vigilant, and that's what they've been telling neighbors in the area to be as well.
All right, let's go live to Domily once again, who has an update from the scene. Domily.
Yeah, there is a resident inside who's telling me that he just saw from his window somebody walk out of a house. He says he's not sure if it's the house in question, but he saw someone walk out of a house. They put handcuffs on the man and they walked him to a patrol vehicle. I did not see that, but a resident who's inside told me that's what he saw from his vantage point inside the neighborhood.
Okay. Sorry, I think my mic was cut there. Domly, did you say that neighbor said that person walked out of the house that law enforcement is surrounding?
I'm reading it now.
You know, there are. He wasn't sure if the man walked out of the house in question, but he said he saw him walk out of a house. There are several homes that are in this particular area, and there are several RVs and trailers. So I'm not exactly sure which house the man walked out of, but the resident told me he saw a man walk out of a house and that law enforcement put handcuffs on him and walked him down Crescent Peak Drive to a patrol vehicle.
Very interesting.
Very interesting.
As
who's that guy?
Appears to be trying to enter.
This is the Trump incident.
This man who.
I'm going to read you brief information on that. Don't know if there's a correlation with both attacks being cars ordered from the same app? Let's get down to business. Welcome to the Vault XL. CBS News uploaded 1 hour ago. Tesla Cybertruck exploded outside the Trump Towers in Las Vegas, according to officials. In video showing the vehicle engulfed in flames, a person inside the vehicle died, and 7 others suffered minor injuries. So whoever was inside of the truck died. So was this a suicide bomber? One could say possibly. There is one deceased individual in the Cybertruck, and I don't know whether it's a male or female, said Sheriff Kevin McNeil of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department at a press conference. At this time, we are investigating a number of leads, and I'm not prepared to release any of that information to you just yet. I can call you that there are seven victims right now that sustained injuries from the explosion. Injuries are reportedly minor. Cause of the fire wasn't immediately known. McMahill, I pronounced the name wrong, noted that officials are very well aware of the deadly New Orleans attack on Wednesday when a man intentionally drove a pickup truck into a crowd of revelers, killing at least 10 people. Because of the timing, he said officials are taking all of the precautions that we need to take to keep our community safe. We're looking for secondary devices, he said. In the past year, Tesla CEO Elon Musk has become a close advisor to Trump, with the billionaire tasked to head up Trump's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. Musk, along with his co-leader of DOGE, Vivek Ramaswamy, are aiming to cut billions in federal spending. Obviously, a Cybertruck, the Trump Hotel, there's lots of questions that we have to answer as we move forward with that, McMahill said. Tesla didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. On a post on X, Musk said, the whole Tesla senior team is investigating this matter right now. We'll post more information as soon as we learn anything. We've never seen anything like this, quote unquote. Eric Trump, one of President-elect Donald Trump's son, wrote about the fire on social media Wednesday, saying that an electric vehicle fire occurred in the Port Cochere of Trump, Las Vegas. County spokeswoman said in a statement that the fire in the valet area of the Trump International Hotel, Las Vegas, was reported at 8:40 a.m. Details about the incident were sketchy. I know you have a lot of questions, Jeremy Schwartz, acting FBI special agent in charge for the Las Vegas office, said at the news conference. We don't have a lot of answers. Officials urged people to stay away from the area around the Trump Las Vegas Hotel, which was evacuated. 64-story hotel. It's just off the famed Las Vegas Strip and across the street from Fashion Show Las Vegas Shopping Mall. Tesla introduced its steel-clad, futuristic-looking Cybertruck in 2023, with Musk at the time touting the vehicle's bulletproof windows. The all-wheel Cybertruck ranges in price from $80,000 to $100,000. What happened to the truck? Intentional? Caught on fire by accident? What do we say? But it was a rented truck, also allegedly from the same app that this man rented his truck to exact this crime in New Orleans. Is this a concerted effort by parties to make a statement of mass destruction in the United States? Is that where we are today? Are the two cases related or just incidental? Hold on 1 second. Somebody's at my damn door. Oh my God, these people hate for you to do anything. What's wrong with it?
Terrorism has kind of been in the shadows for the last couple of years. I think a lot of, you saw what happened in Israel last October, or an October and a half ago. And I think, over there, my personal thoughts are extremists, U.S. citizens were just kind of infected with this ideological ideas that they have to it.
Okay, everybody, sorry about that. We've got all these problems from Vegas to New Orleans, Tennessee. Everybody's wanting to mess with power and power outages. I don't know what the hell's going on today. Just too much going on. Sorry about that interruption. Oh my gosh. What a bad omen for New Year's Day. Welcome to the Vault Excel, everybody. I'm just like, I can't take any more bad news. I don't even think my stove is working. Inside. Top eye's working, but the inside, maybe everybody's getting together. Damn. What is going on? The devil, he's busy, I swear. Just busy.
15, according to the coroner there in Louisiana.
15 dead.
Continuing to
it is now 15, not 10.
On this New Year's Day, ringing in the new year, but now 10 people have been killed in this. Let's continue on because you mentioned just the fluid nature of this and all those different aspects. We talked about the ISIS flag that was on the hitch of this vehicle, but there's also footage captured of 3 men and a woman placing multiple improvised explosive devices. How do the FBI,
honey, whiskey.
FBI go about
this is a whiskey kind of moment, not wine, baby.
How big of a net do they cast
Dear God.
Pershing Street where this initial attack took place?
They're going to rely on the citizens who observe suspicious activity, on frontline street cops who see something and don't. Something that doesn't look right. Obviously, an IED standing out of place in a public center. All the cops down there right now are probably on super heightened alert. All those New Orleans police officers.
Hey, Perspective, how are you, hon?
Troopers. So they're probably all kind of anticipating because of the New Year's is we tend to ramp up on these holidays.
Thanks, Tears.
You have the sporting plan for this weekend. So some heads up cops or some heads up citizens saw something and said something, and that's probably how they discovered
15 people have died. This is bad.
Detective work 101.
At this point,
in their pocket.
Jesus.
That cell phone pings a cell phone tower. They to get a cell phone tower dump to find out whose phone was on that tower. Now you'll have to go through and look at, maybe analyze who the potential suspects were from that. They're going to do all that backtracking, pulling video surveillance from local retail businesses and Ring cameras and all that stuff, and any potential other.
My birthday month. Ain't that the truth? Oh my God.
Put things together. If you have,
I want to forget all about today. It's been a madhouse since last night with the power going out, messing up the microwave, the refrigerator, the stove, the outlets, no heat.
Plug that, print that DNA into the system to figure out who these suspects are.
And when you look at
then I wake up to this nonsense. Really, this was going on while I was up because I stayed up late this morning. So they were down there
did not notice on Bourbon Street
mowing these people down. I was still up, I'm sure, at 3 this morning.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like there's a plot here. It sounds
you are very welcome, sweetheart.
A cell of people, a team of people that were working, going back, and once the threat is mitigated, the active threat, and suspects are either neutralized or arrested as this investigation continues, they're going to go back and they're going to do a deep dig.
Thank you, Jerry.
After action report They're going to want to know.
Hold on, you guys. I'm going to check my
were
stove.
Operational surveillance.
This is just.
Were they down there looking in the days and the weeks before? Were they probing security? Kind of those signs of
Who
terrorism.
wants to be here? No.
After the 9/11
Your
days.
heat mess up when it
terrorism
first
was so
starts
fresh
getting
in this
cold.
country. We
Oh my
found
gosh.
Basically a generation of young people. A lot of those victims who were down there, you know, on Bourbon Street, they weren't even alive when 9/11 happened. Some that's kind of seared in the older generation's brains. This new generation, this younger new generation of Americans, I'm afraid are going to start to learn this year about the seriousness of what terrorism on the homeland is going to be, between the radicalization on the phones, the devices, the encrypted devices that they can communicate with people, all the way to we've just had a horrifically porous border. That's going to have to get, you know, dealt with by an incoming administration. And
I'm going to end here because I've been on here 4 hours and 20 minutes now, and I need to eat dinner. My prayers are with New Orleans. Awesome city. As most of you know who followed this network 3.5 years ago, Queen ventured there. Feel free to go in my library where I take you on my venture down in New Orleans 3.5 years ago. The videos are in my YouTube queue. I've got 3,000 plus videos for your entertainment. Follow the Queen on the Newsbreak app as well. I give commentary over there on that network. And also check out my shorts, updates. Gypsy Rose gave birth to a baby girl. This Trump issue of a Tesla exploding. Don't know what that's about. Person was inside. I'm assuming they didn't live. They said they're dead. And then we hear that rental of that truck versus this truck here in this New Orleans attack were both rented on the same app, which I find very interesting because when I have rented cars, I never use the app. I went to the enterprise company. So I find that very interesting. I think it's time that everybody needs to reassess this app business, all this crazy stuff that's going on in the world. You know, I talk about the apps, you know, I don't like putting a lot of apps on my own phone, messing with my phone and stuff. I find that strange. The past 2 phones I've bought, it's always an issue with the apps, sign into the apps, even when I go sign over to the Newsbreak app personally. But we have become too dependent with this thing here, this box, computer, and this thing I'm streaming from. It's getting out of hand. Not that it has anything to do with a person's mindset per se, why this guy did what he did. But what I'm saying is the dependency on the apps, they're now telling you now being on the cell phone, you're getting spied on from the Chinese, everybody, okay? They don't want us even using the phone to text. So I've got to tell people, stop sending me text messages. I don't want nobody getting in my personal information. Don't send me no damn text about nothing. Because when you first heard that information a week or so ago, it sounded kind of far-fetched. Some people don't want to believe the Chinese are spying. You're entitled to your opinion. But there have been many times I have been on my phone looking up something, and then I'll get an email pertaining to what I was just reading. Or, like they said, all these spam calls, text messages of people sending you weird text messages, people calling, asking you, are you selling a house? Those are all scams because they've gotten our personal information from somewhere. That's the point. We live in a crazy society. And these scams are getting worse and worse. Phishing attempts. Some guy sent a message a week ago calling me Alice, asking me did I want to go golfing. Who the fuck is golfing in this cold weather? Nobody. Nobody. So one day I'm Alice. Would you like to go golfing? Always somebody calling about, I'm from the police association. I'm from the fire association. Then some lady calling asking me, was I selling a house? She called me by my government name. So I played right along with her. I played who's on first. Who are you looking for? Who are you looking for? A house? I don't have a house. And that's not my name. Click, hung up. She called right back. For what? See, too much going on out here. Too much going on. The world, the universe is just going backwards, really not going forwards. We're just in a crazy, crazy time. People are not well. People are not stable. People are mad at the world. People are vengeful. People are miserable. And that's what you had down there in New Orleans. No reasoning, the motive. The man was unstable because we already know there's no logical reason to go rent a truck and mow people down in another state. So it don't matter if it's affiliation with ISIS. He knows somebody that's in ISIS. He's a member of ISIS. It's his mindset that's what's the problem. And talking about other people, other nationalities and races, they don't got nothing to do with that guy mowing people down. Yes, we have an immigration problem, but that's not the subject of this story. So I don't want to hear nothing about no Mexicans and all that. I'll talk about the Mexicans migrating with crime on a day that there's a story of a Mexican being arrested for committing a crime. So if Trump said that, he was wrong because that don't have anything to do with this story. We know we have a migration issue. We already know that. And frankly, the wall should have been put up ages ago if we want to go there. Stick to the subject. The subject is this man here and who he's affiliated with. And that's what everybody needs to be talking about. Where are the three people that put those IEDs down in the French Quarter? Okay? That's the subject. Where are the people who are on camera putting the IEDs down in the French Quarter? That's what we need to be talking about. Where are they? Because they're still walking around. Now, they told you somebody came out of that house handcuffed or whatever, or talking to officials. The point is, they said there were 3 men and 1 woman. Where are they? Because they're somewhere walking around out here free. Jabbar is dead. So he got in cahoots with these other people, vice versa. I'm assuming the same devices found out there in the French Quarter are similar to the ones that were in his truck. So we still have a problem. He's dead, but his cohorts are free. So this is scary because 1 down, 4 to go, or however many. Now we hear the community he lived in was of Muslim immigrants. Nothing wrong with that. Everybody's entitled to live wherever they want. Trailer park, shed, barn, condo, that's your business. Are any of the people living in that compound affiliated with Jabbar? Number 1. Number 2, knew what he was going to do? Those are the questions. And where are the people who put the IDs down in French Quarter? Because if I'm not mistaken, I think they said they were placed close to where the incident took place of the ramming of the truck against the individuals. And I think they said, what, 3 blocks span that I read to you guys? 3 blocks is quite a bit, you know, depending on how long the blocks are. 3 blocks is a nice little ways, knocking people down by a damn truck. It's crazy. Upcoming games, postponed until tomorrow. Prayers for those young men playing football, all those traveling with the teams. Prayers for New Orleans, law officials, government officials, citizens, those who perished, their family members, because now somebody's got to go down here and retrieve the bodies of these people. This is serious. I showed you 3 pictures of 3 victims, or 2 pictures of 2 victims. 1 picture was not shown of the young guy from New York. Young guy, not even 30 years old, now dead, gone. This is serious business. This is really serious. And as I said, the government has got to now find these other people. And we got to pray there ain't any more creepy crawlies trying to hatch some more business, such as what Jabbar did down in New Orleans this morning. Because as they said, one guy said on the news, ignorance is bliss. Don't get comfortable after something happens and think it ain't gonna happen again, because it surely will. Exactly. So just like we had 9/11, you had other issues. Guy out of Chattanooga, remember, he did the same thing with a vehicle. It's just crazy people out here, not well. So whether it's homegrown terrorism, somebody came from abroad and moved here to exact terror, they moved here on a visa, green card, whatever. We have unstable people, okay? We have people who are not happy with themselves, people who are following some type of ideology, and they're making themselves believe that killing and hurting people is the answer. It is never the answer, because in the end, you're hurting people who don't have a dog in the race with what you believe in. Your thought process is against something or persons, government, whatever. We know what America is. Justices in every angle, every aspect of human life, from renting an apartment, house, work. There's always a busybody, smart ass. That's the world itself. We make everything. Local government, state government, national government. But we can't blame everybody because of one or two bad eggs. You don't go blow up your apartment building because you had a disagreement with your landlord or the property owner or the person that's managing your building. See where I'm going? The bank turns you down for a loan. So what do you want to do? Go blow up the bank? Shoot everybody in the bank? It's the same thing. Oh, they turned me down for a loan. Let me go shoot everybody in the bank. You had a disagreement with somebody in Walmart. The girl behind the counter gave you some business, talked shit to you at the customer service. So you're going to go back to your car and come back and shoot the people in Walmart. It's the same thing. You got to get it together. No, it has not started off a good year. That's what I told the audience earlier, Rhonda, that I had a bad feeling last night when the power went off at 5-something yesterday evening. I said, look at this mess right here. I said, already the new year starting off, then one of the fans was having problems at her house with, God, I can't remember what Mary said was going on. My memory's horrible. Something Mary was having problems with a hose and a pipe and some other type of stuff going on at her house. People shooting off fireworks early. That was disturbing her. She said the dog was acting up, acting crazy. She was out in the country in Georgia, just having a bad day herself. So here she is talking to Queen. We're both venting and bitching all night last night to the wee hours. And I told Mary, I said, Mary, something is bad about to happen. I don't know what it is. I said, but for both of us to be bitching at the same time in two different states about where we live, stuff going wrong in our homes, I just told her, I said, something is off. I've got a bad, bad, bad feeling about the upcoming year. And who knew that while I'm in here drinking my little whiskey and eating homemade popcorn, innocent people getting mowed down in New Orleans. That's how sick the world is. That's how sick the world is. But as they say, it's what you make of it. So I'm praying that people will say to themselves, things may not be going well for me. I may not like things that's going on in America. I may not like things going on in my town, my local government, my church, my school, my home life, my work. But I'm not going to go out here and sacrifice innocent people and myself because shit ain't working out or I disagree with whatever it is. We ain't got to like what's going on in the White House. We ain't got the military, whatever, because there's always going to be something we can complain about. That's what you got to understand about life. Just like I told everybody in this live stream earlier, when I get up tomorrow, I'm calling everybody but the governor my damn self to bitch about this raggedy ass building that messed up power. People, sickly, some people on oxygen, you don't know what's going on with people. You ain't got no damn power and it keeps happening. It's a lawsuit. I almost fell in here last night because I couldn't see in the dark in the living room because I was going through my stuff to throw out for the new year. And I got up to try to get to the phone and see, that's what I'm saying. Everybody's got something to bitch about. But I ain't about to go walk outside this door and start unaliving people because the power went out. That's the point. You got to get a hold of your bearings. And a lot of people need a savior bad. You may not be religious, you may not believe in God, but some of you out here, you need Jesus. And frankly, Mr. Jabbar is one of those people. He needed Jesus bad. Because had he had God in his life, believed in Jesus, he might be still here working out his demons. I think this man had some problems, financial problems, probably marital problems. Probably wasn't where he was 4 years ago financially. Who knows what else he had going on? Might have some mental problems, PTSD. May have a whole lot of things going on. He didn't go get no help. Now you got to ask that. Was he medicated, on any type of meds, diagnosed with any type of mental diseases, schizophrenia, all of that? Did he just become radical in a religion? How long he's been a Muslim, if a Muslim? Who else is going to come forward and tell us about this man, his disposition, his life? So far, I haven't heard anything negative about him, except that he had a criminal record for theft. That's it. Sad. It's just really sad because he looked like he could have been a decent man at one point. Not a bad looking guy. And now he's dead, along with some other people that he murdered. And I'm sure his family, they're in shock, as we heard from a sister-in-law or in-law. I can't believe he did that. He was the nicest person I've ever known. Those were her words. This is sad to me because that's the whole point. You don't know people. You don't know the mindset of people. You don't know what's bothering people, and you don't know what would set somebody off. You don't know what would push somebody over. This is why I always tell you, you have to learn how to treat people accordingly. You have to know when to back off with the mouth and the tongue, because you don't know what you might say or do to push MF over. And a lot of you are good at pushing people's buttons, and you don't even care. I ain't gonna say think about it. You don't care. Now, I don't condone what he did, but I know there are a lot of people who are not stable, and it don't take much to push them over. That's why we have this incident right now, because somebody gave up. Jabbar gave up. That's the point. He folded. He won't be the last one to fold. Prayers, they find the other 4 people. Where are they? New Orleans, Texas, lying in wait to do something else? FBI have an idea who they are. Have they made a mark on them where they're located? God forbid they decide to go out in a blaze of glory. Jesus wept. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $sign Big Angie, 129 Cash App, stickers and chats, always welcome during the live. Welcome all new subs, viewers. Thank you for tuning into this network. Happy New Year. God bless America. Lord have mercy. Prayers for the victims, families, because now somebody's got to bury 15 people. That's a lot of damn people at one time. And I'm sure many people had no idea they were going to get that call that their loved one is no longer alive. Going to bring you another commentary pertaining to Sebastian Rogers. I'm behind on the anniversary, the 10 months of him being missing out of Hendersonville, excuse me. See? Summer Wells 2.0. Put my foot in my mouth. I need to bring you content on that. So right now, this is messing with my playtime and trying to get everything out to you guys. Thank you, Rosebud. Thank you, sweetie. I got to do that live too. So I don't know I don't want to put them both in the same live, but I need to bring you that because there is a news video pertaining to Sebastian, and I would like to continue my coverage on this incident here. I really would like for some people to hit the live stream and come up and give me their public opinion pertaining to this devastation that happened down in New Orleans, and give me your opinion on what you think. I appreciate to hear your commentary. But I'm going to check out of here now, get me some dinner. God bless all of you. Please be safe and aware of your faculties. Please be aware of online scams, schemes, telephone calls, hitting links on your phone, computers. Don't hit it. You don't know who the person is calling you. Don't answer. Don't respond. Don't answer to your government name. Don't give out personal information. If a link is sent to your phone from whomever, UPS, FedEx, you know you ain't ordered nothing, block, delete, keep it moving. Don't answer. Don't respond. Because these links are now messing with your cell phone and putting viruses in your phone. Also, articles. If it sounds far-fetched, such as such and such dash died, don't open it. I did that the other day, got a virus on my phone. Somebody wrote an article and it said, Steve Harvey dead. I opened it up, phone started acting up. See, you can't trust nothing with these damn cell phones. It's just a crazy world we're in. So people think it's a joke. What the government's trying to tell you about the cell phone and the schemes and scams and viruses, it's real. It is real. I'm living proof. I've had it happen to the computer back in the summer. Hit a link. It was Messenger in the corner. Hit it. Shut the whole computer down. The computer was beeping like an alarm. This shit is serious out here. There are people hacking your computer. So be careful also with the credit card debit thing. Now they tell you don't put your debit card up on that thing to scan it. Somebody can come by and infiltrate and steal your information that way. See, every day, new way to scheme, scam. It's always something. Sweet Jesus. I don't know what to say. Nothing is safe. But once again, don't answer any text messages, links on your phone, oddball articles. Don't click them. Don't. And don't answer to your government name when somebody calls you from an unknown number. Even if it's a local area code, don't respond. And now they tell you don't text. So hell, you can't even text back to say, who is this? It's crazy. Oh my goodness. And of course, they're spoofing where they send you a call and you think it's that number from the company that you actually deal with. Just saying. So it's to the point now you can't even answer the damn phone, period. Just wait and see if they leave you a voicemail. Then you call the company back. The direct number. God have mercy on us. We are in sinking sand, it seems, I guess, Lord Jesus. 5 people involved. Well, including the dead man, yes. On video, 3 men and a woman placing devices in the French Quarter. That's where we're at. Once again, prayers for New Orleans. Thank you for listening to the Vault XL. Thank you all.